Good morning, Commissioner.
Morning. And good morning, Council, and good morning, Mayor Eisenberger.
Good morning, Commissioner.
Our next witness is Mayor Eisenberger. Before we turn to his evidence, there's an additional affidavit that Commission Council would like to file. This is the affidavit of Laura Fontana, and it has been executed, and all participants have confirmed that they have no intention to examine Ms. Fontana on the contents of her affidavit, and thus I'd like to file it as evidence. It is RVH 1026. And I believe the next exhibit number is 176.
Noted, Council. Thank you.
Thank you. With that housekeeping out of the way, Commissioner, our next witness is Mayor Eisenberger, and he has not yet been sworn.
Sir, I'm going to ask you to affirm your evidence, so please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly affirm that the evidence you give in these proceedings will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Thank you.
Good morning, Mayor.
Morning.
I'm going to start with some questions about your background and some events in the period of time before 2018 and then move to 2018. I expect today we're going to take a break around 11 a.m. and I don't think we'll go the whole day. So let's start with some questions about your professional background. You are currently the mayor of Hamilton?
Correct.
And except for a period from 2010 to 2014, you've been the mayor of Hamilton since 2006. Is that right?
That's correct.
And during that period when you were not mayor, 2010 to 2014, I understand you were the president and CEO of Canadian Urban Institute. Is that right?
That's right.
And just jumping back a little in time, you were also an alderman from 1991 to 2000 in the region of Hamilton. Is that right?
In the city of Hamilton and the regional council as well. Yes.
Thank you. And which ward did you represent?
Ward 5.
Did Ward 5 include the area where the Red Hill Valley Parkway is now?
Yeah, it's adjoining the valley and ultimately the roadway. Yes.
Okay. So we're going to start back in your days as an alderman. We won't spend too much time in the 1990s, but that's where we're going to start. We have an overview document, which I know you've been provided with, and our registrar is going to call up documents as we need them. Registrar, could you start by bringing up overview document 3, page 4? And could you bring up page 5 as well, please? Thank you. So, Mr. Mayor, before we get into the details, just in terms of the technology, can you see both of those pages and also the windows that have the commissioner and me and city council?
Yes.
Great. Registrar, you can close down page 5. So this is just to orient you back to the history of the Red Hill and its development in the 1990s. Registrar, could you call out all of paragraph 4 that's on that page just to blow it up a little? I don't know if that's much better in terms of being able to see it, but we can call out aspects of the overview document if you'd like. So you'll see this is a very brief history of the link in the Red Hill, and it is in a project update to the mayor and to city council in 2012. 2, so you were not mayor at the time. And it just sets out that through the 70s, 80s, and into the 90s, there was a number of environmental and legal wranglings that led to the development of the Red Hill. Is that your general recollection of the history to get to its construction?
Yes.
Registrar, you can close that call out. As the Ward 5 alderman, were you involved in some of this, the path towards the construction of the Red Hill in the 1990s?
To the construction, not so much.
The path to the path to the construction, you know, the history
Yeah,
towards the development.
Sure. Yeah, very, very much so. So I was elected in 1991. The Valley roadway was an issue right from the very beginning, has been on the kind of table, you know, since the 1960s at least. So it's very much a political issue, and certainly something that I supported in terms of wanting to see the development of the roadway started. So yeah, it was very much part of the ongoing dialogue, the effort to work with the province, continuing to advocate locally as well as, you know, regionally. We were still, you know, Hamilton at that point in time, not amalgamated, but we did have regional council. So there's a number of areas where we were addressing the issue of how do we advance the road.
Thank you. Registrar, could you go to page 31 of OD3, please? So we're moving forward a little in time. We're now in the 2000s. In September of 2006, as the pardon me, the Red Hill had been constructed and was being assessed in terms of its operating budget for when it opened. Staff prepared and eventually submitted a pavement sustainability plan for the Red Hill and the link.
Mm-hmm.
We sometimes refer to that in the inquiry as the Stantec report. And I'm going to take you to at least the cover page of that document to ask if it is familiar to you. Registrar, could you bring up HAM 58043, please? So before getting to the report, here's one of the information reports. Registrar, I'll come back to that. Actually, can you close that down for the moment? And can you go to HAM 320, please? And could you bring up the next page just to show the mayor? I'm certainly happy to flip through this document if you'd like. Is this a document that's familiar to you?
Not really. I mean, I'm not sure what the date of this document is, but it's probably something I've seen. But is it something that I would have recollection of? I can't say that I do.
It's from 2007.
Great.
Registrar, you can close this down.
So I've no doubt that I've seen it, but you know, I put it in the context of a lot of documents that I've seen since then and before. So does it stand out for me? No, but I've no doubt that I would have put eyes to it at some point.
Thank you. Registrar, could you close this document and pull up HAM 58043, please? Registrar, could you pull out the content of this below information update, including Mr. Murray's signature, just the middle of the page, just so it's a little bit larger, the whole document, including the to and the from at the top. Thank you, Registrar. there, and that's really just for ease of being able to review. So in 2007, Chris Murray, who was the acting director of the Red Hill Valley project, prepared an information update to you and to members of council. And you'll see that he references providing information for an annual operating and maintenance costs budget, basically forecasting for the link and the Red Hill. And he references a sustainability document being developed. Going down in registrar, perhaps you can actually just highlight this. Accordingly, the operations and maintenance division will submit resultant operating budget estimates in the 2008 budget process for consideration in an annualized context.
Mm-hmm.
So this is just an information update, really a heads up of information to come, including the sustainability plan, which eventually became the document that I just took you to. Registrar, can you close this down and can you go to HAM 58042, please? And could you call up the next page as well? And could you call out the first 3 paragraphs, please? Pardon me, 4 paragraphs, please. Thank you. So this is a further update from November of 2007, and it references the update we were just looking at. It says at the bottom, the operations and maintenance division will submit a forecast for estimates on an annualized context. If you can close that down, registrar. And then if you could call out the 3 bullets at the bottom of the left-hand image. So Mr. Murray says that the average annual operating and maintenance budget will be 4.28 million for the link and the Red Hill. And then there's reference to an environmental management process and annual contracts for environmental monitoring. Registrar, if you can close that down. So now I've come to my question. Do you recall, as mayor, receiving a request to have an annual operating budget first be assessed in 2008, but to carry through on an annualized context thereafter?
No, I'm not specific recall. That would have come up through the budget process. There would be, myriads of items that would have been brought forward for consideration for the annualized budget. So, I don't have specific knowledge of this number, but clearly it was put on the table through the budget process.
Okay. The sustainability plan, the Stantec document, includes a maintenance plan for the Red Hill, which is different than regular operations and maintenance like snow clearing. And one aspect of that maintenance plan is regular friction testing. Do you have any recollection of being aware at that time in 2007 that the city's consultant Stantec wanted a regular friction testing regime for the Red Hill?
No, friction testing never really came to my mind until it was raised in December of 2018, I guess. So it's not something that I'd heard of and or was made aware of prior to that date.
Okay. In 2019, as part of an investigation by the Office of the Auditor into roads, the Inquirer has received information that the sustainability plan was presented to council, but it didn't receive funding for the kind of maintenance that I'm talking about, like friction management. Do you recall the presentation of the sustainability plan and whether council agreed to provide budgeting for it on a year-by-year basis?
Sorry, the last part, that council had reason?
had agreed to provide budgeting for it on a year-by-year basis?
I don't recall specifically, no. Obviously, it was part of the deliberations. I do recall 2008 was particularly difficult economic time. So, consideration of the budget would have tried to, at least manage, the cost of the taxpayers to the best degree possible, given the challenges we're already facing. So, yeah, it would have been, delivered in the context of all of that.
Okay, that's helpful context. Thank you. Registrar, you can close this down. So here, and I know I didn't take you specifically to it, but that Stantec report does have a friction testing recommendation for testing every couple of years. Who would you expect within the city would have responsibility to determine whether a recommendation like that would be implemented?
Well, I mean, the lead engineer would have been Gary Moore. I think we had, our reliance on all things construction wise and maintenance wise for the expressway would have was laid with him in terms of the engineering aspect. So I would say it would be Gary Moore.
Thank you. I'm going to turn now generally some questions about governance within the city. You just gave evidence about 2008 being a tough year and balancing the cost to the taxpayer. Flowing from that answer, in your view, what's the distinction between the governance role for city council and the operation role for city staff and keeping the city running?
Well, that's always been an issue to ensure, to the best degree possible, that the elected body kind of stays in the government sphere. Identifying policy, getting good advice from staff, but not getting into the kind of the day-to-day operations or even week-to-week operations in terms of the work that needs to be done or the decisions that have to be made to execute the governance and the policies and the budgets that the council has set up. So don't get in the weeds. In other words, that's for other people to do. Hold them accountable. We anticipate our city manager will hold the general managers accountable, and the general managers will hold their directors and supervisors accountable. So there's a hierarchy of responsibility. But there's from my perspective, a level of confidence that we have competent people doing the important work of day-to-day operations of our city and the planning of the directions that council has set forward in terms of projects that have been approved and or budgets that have been set that they're then to be managed or guided by.
What is the primary interface between members of council and the city's operational staff? Where do they actually interface and interact?
Well, by and large, through committee, through whether it's the standing committees, public works, community health, board of health, or the general issues committee, and then ultimately council. And so, is there from time to time kind of direct interaction on localized issues that they might approach a staff member on in terms of road work that's happening in their ward or a park project that's in process or being designed. There may be some one-on-one interaction between the councillor and whoever's leading that project. But by and large, I think it's done through committee process and through the standing committees and through council.
Okay. Stephanie Paparella has sworn an affidavit that provides a bit of a summary of some of the structure of the committees within the city of Hamilton. Mm-hmm. Registrar, could you call up RHV 1014, please? And could you go to the image 2 and 3, please? Thank you. So, Mr. Mayor, just pulling out a few of Ms. Paparella's comments and about the administration of the committee structure. Registrar, could you pull out paragraph 5, please? So Ms. Paparella is a legislative clerk. You're familiar with her, right?
Mm-hmm.
So she notes here that legislative coordinators circulate the annual calendar and provide deadlines for information from staff to go to committees or council about 2 weeks in advance. And that those are generally, the agendas are printed and published, or at least they were prior to COVID. Now they're put online. Is that keeping with your understanding and experience with legislative coordinators?
Yes.
Registrar, you can close that down. And if you could call out paragraph 7 through 10, please. Thank you. We can come back to the rest of 10. Ms. Paparella also notes that the GIC, to find the General Issues Committee, is a standing committee that reports to council, and it has a mandate set out by bylaw, and that it is the whole of council who are members of GIC and who attend GIC. Is that right?
Correct.
Ms. Paparella also indicates that council is the ratifying body for GIC and for all of the other standing committees. And I think you've mentioned some of them: Public Works, Health and Safety. There was a few other planning. There's a few other ones that you mentioned, right?
Correct. Yeah.
She also notes that generally council meetings do not include delegations. Those are people who come and actually present to the councillors. Is that right?
Yeah, that never happens. Yeah.
Okay. But at GIC, there's a chance to have discussions and receive delegations?
It allows for, delegates like they could for any other standing committee. Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Registrar, you can close that down. If you could go to the next, if you could have image 4 and image 5, image 3 and image 4 up, please. At the bottom of image 3, in paragraph 10, there's also a reference to the specifics of the mandate of GIC, which include monitoring council strategic plan and corporate strategic plan, the annual capital rate and operating budgets, labor relations matters, and to receive legal briefings on legal matters. Has that been your experience with GIC in terms of its mandate?
Generally speaking, yeah. Sometimes it's adjusted with matters that have broad concern that may not specifically fit in all those categories, but that's generally the rule in terms of what goes to General Issues Committee. Yes.
Okay. And as a standing committee, GIC meets at least monthly?
We've been meeting kind of bi-weekly, but at least monthly for sure. Yes.
Okay. Ms. Paparella also sets out what a special meeting is. In paragraph 13. Registrar, could you pull that out? So she says that a special GIC meeting is a meeting on a specific date outside the dates that are provided by bylaw, and it can be held anytime, sometimes on a specific matter, sometimes where there's an expectation there's going to be a lengthy discussion. And a special council meeting is similarly a meeting of council on dates outside the dates that are provided by the bylaw. You agree with that?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Registrar, you can close that call out. Who has the authority to decide whether to call a special meeting?
I do. A majority of council does as well. should they decide collectively to, a majority being 2/3 majority of council could call a special meeting if they so choose. That's about it. No, having said that, I mean, the ones that I've called sometimes were done at the request of staff, suggesting that a special meeting is necessary, and they would outline the reasons. And sometimes I would agree, or often I would agree, sometimes not. I don't ever recall a 2/3 majority of council actually calling a special meeting during my time as mayor, so it's never occurred. But I've called numerous special meetings for various issues. Can't remember them all, but it would have happened on occasion for sure.
Thank you. Registrar, you can close out this document. As mayor, what is your role on standing committees?
I'm an ex officio member of all standing committees, all committees, in fact. I don't generally attend the standing committees unless there's an issue that I have particular concern around. GIC, I attend faithfully. That is, I think, something that I need to be at and part of. And of course, council at the end of the day is my chairing and oversight role. And I did pass on the deputy mayor's role to have various councillors, as they are deputy mayor, head up the general issues committee and budget committees when they're on. So it would flip from one to the other depending on what months they were in. But by and large, I would chair council meetings. So ex officio member of all committees. Don't always attend standing committees, GIC faithfully, and of course council.
Okay. So leaving apart GIC and your attendance there, you don't, in the usual course, attend other standing committee meetings?
Other than GIC, no, generally not as a rule. I've attended from time to time on issues that I might have had concern over, but generally speaking, I leave it to the committee to do that work.
Okay. I presume you'd constantly be at standing committee meetings if you had a practice of attending all of them. Is that fair?
I would probably not have time for anything else, and there's lots of other things to do. So that's kind of the time management issue that we've come to.
Do you receive briefings from your staff in respect of events or discussions that occur at the standing committee meetings?
Yeah, so even though I'm not attending personally, I do have staff identified in my office to kind of sit through the standing committee meetings and report on any significant issues that might come out of that to me, then just for awareness. And again, mostly all about staying in tune with some of the things that are rising to the fore, whether it's at committee or will it ultimately get to council. So just to be informed without having to go into deep detail, they give me kind of an overview of what might have occurred at all of the standing committee.
We have some examples of those updates that your staff provides to you from standing committee meetings, specifically a couple of Public Works Committee meetings. Registrar, could you bring up HAM 43354, please? So this is an attachment to an email from Laura Farr.
Mm-hmm.
I can go into the email attaching this, but was Ms. Farr a member of your staff?
Laura Farr was a member of the staff, correct.
And this is that says Public Works meeting, December 7, 2015. Is this an example of the kind of notations that Ms. Farr or their staff would provide to you coming out of standing committee meetings?
Yeah, generally it would cover some of the issues that they discussed at length or in depth, and I'd get a brief sentence or two on what the issue might be. So yes, it's not inconsistent with what might have been reported on, although this seems to go through a number of issues that typically there aren't that many, but
it continues on to the next page as well. including, Registrar, could you bring up the next page, please? And then this one, if you could call it 8.2, please. So Ms. Farr's notes include a reference to a link in our HVP safety review, suggesting some short-term options. So again, this is December 2015. For these notes, you would have reviewed them when you received them?
Yeah, generally, yes. Yep.
Thank you, Registrar. Can we mark this as the next exhibit, exhibit number 177?
Noted, Council. Thank you.
Registrar, could you close that call out, please? And can you close that document? Is there also a process for you to receive briefings through an agenda review in advance of GIC or council meetings?
Yes.
Can you tell me how that works?
So when the agenda is set, for General Issues Committee, it would have been Stephanie Pepperella, who was the legislative assistant. She would organize, all city manager and any general managers that had issues on the agenda to kind of a walkthrough on the agenda items that are coming through the meeting, along with the chair of the meeting at the time. So it would have been the deputy mayor of that, whatever that moment in time was. Just to have awareness on any procedural issues, any difficult procedural issues, and sometimes there are kind of procedural issues that need to be understood by the chair so that they can properly manage the meeting. And then just as an awareness of the issues that are coming to the table when the meeting actually happens.
And do you attend that agenda review as faithfully as you attend GIC?
Pretty much, yeah. I mean, there might have been occasions where I missed it and left it with the deputy mayor, but as a rule, I would attend, yes.
And that process would give you a bit of a heads up about what was coming in from the standing committees to council?
Yeah, at a high level, yes.
So apart from receiving those briefings from staff and the agenda review process, did you have direct meetings with senior operational staff on a routine basis?
I had, monthly or bi-monthly meetings with the city manager and any, folks that were involved in a list of issues that either the city manager wanted to bring forward or that I wanted to bring forward. Of concern, what happened, and I mean, there's been many of them, and they would have a list of, issues that they either wanted some thoughts on or wanted to give me a heads up on the premise that, anything that comes through committee and council is likely to potentially generate some media activity, some questions, and generally the first person they go to is yours truly. And so it's really an effort to be, fully informed and prepared to the best degree possible to be able to respond to any comments or questions from anyone, including media.
The inquiries received some minutes from senior leadership team meetings and some evidence that those minutes were fairly widely circulated, including to councillors and elected officials. Did you receive and review minutes from the senior leadership team meetings?
I have to be honest to say that probably did not. review them on a regular basis. I'm sure I've had eyes on them from time to time, but not something I would seek out to review, regularly.
Okay. Prior to late 2018, do you remember the topic of the safety on the Red Hill coming up in any of your briefing meetings with the city manager or general managers?
Prior to, sorry, what day?
Late 2018.
Not specifically. I think from time to time there were issues. There had been some accidents, and some of those accidents kind of led to some conversation around, if I recall, lighting. Various issues that would have come up either through committee or to myself. So it's possible that a conversation could have happened around that, but I don't have specific recall of somebody coming to me and saying, here's an issue on the Red Hill Valley Parkway that we have to have a conversation around. So it was general information. It was part of an update that might have happened at committee through Public Works that I might have received from my own staff. But I don't remember, specifically having an RHVP, conversation prior to that.
I'm going to take you through some of those events, some of the accidents, issues around lighting. So I invite you, if you do recall any briefings or discussions you had with staff as we go through those topics, just let us know.
Okay.
Looking to the Public Works Committee in particular, in your view, what is the role of the Public Works Committee as it relates to its staff, using that framework of governance versus operation?
Obviously the staff would bring, important reports on work that's being done, work that needs to be done, policies that need to be, adjusted or changed relative to ensuring that the functionality of the city is maintained. It could also include, garbage schedules and, all manner of things that might come through Public Works. And the duty of the committee is to, stay on the kind of the governance side, and when asked to make adjustments to either budgets or policy, that they would review that and either agree or disagree or send it back. And so, that's generally in a nutshell, the work of the committee. It's also their opportunity to raise, any issues of concern in either their community or community at large that they've either had some commentary from the public at large around, or some complaints, things that they might want to bring to the table to discuss with the staff that are going to be present.
Thank you.
Stop signs and traffic issues was probably the biggest topic for Public Works. Stop sign and currently speed cushions or speed bumps, most people would call them, but we affectionately call them speed cushions.
Thank you. I'm going to turn now to 2015. Registrar, could you bring up OD7, page 4, please? And could you call out the top of page 4, which is a carry on from paragraph 4 on the earlier page? Yeah, that's perfect. Thank you. In May of 2015, 2 young women traveling together on the Red Hill were killed when their car crossed the grassy median and collided with a minivan. Do you recall in knowing about that accident when it occurred in May of 2015?
I certainly remember reading about it in the media, for sure. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Do you recall members of the public contacting you about this accident and their deaths?
I think there were a number of emails, and if I recall generally, that would have asked about medians on the on the roadway. I would have, intimated about lights on the roadway, that kind of thing, in terms of the safety issues. So, you virtually, every time there was an accident significant accident on the roadway, clearly tragic loss of life, it would inspire a number of commentaries that would have come to my office, I'm sure.
So you mentioned members of the public asking about medians, perhaps asking about lighting. Did you have a sense before or in 2015 that there was concerns about the level of illumination on the Red Hill?
Well, I mean, I'd heard some concerns expressed by members of the public. I had not heard any concerns expressed by members of our staff, and I do believe it was a topic of conversation at committee meetings. And not that I was witness to this, but I do recall general knowledge of being advised by the engineering department that they didn't believe the medium was necessary, and they also didn't believe that lighting was something that was critically important to the operations of the roadway, the way it was constructed and designed.
Thank you. During the same period of time, do you recall receiving complaints or concerns from the public that the Red Hill was slippery?
Not specifically, but it could have been alluded to in various emails that we might have received. Again, I'm sure it would have been flowed back through to committee, and commentary would have been had at committee or directly or otherwise of what slipperiness of the road and under what circumstances, etc. So I'm sure it was discussed, but I don't know that there was ever a conclusion that the road was hazardous slippery beyond normal kind of operating conditions. So most roads are slippery when they're wet, especially when they're just wet. They're most slippery. So that's pretty common knowledge. And clearly that that information probably would have been shared with myself and members of council at some point.
Thank you. So my question was specifically about public complaints.
Mm-hmm.
Recognizing you might not be personally answering the phone in your office, did members of your staff update you regularly about topics of complaints that your office received?
I would have been aware of anything significant for sure. And again, they would have probably, I'm sure, made me aware of any specific emails related to particularly high profile accidents. So I would have been aware, sure.
Thank you. And so just so that I understand your evidence, do you recall your office receiving public concerns or complaints that the road was slippery?
I don't recall that specifically. I couldn't identify a particular email or note or communication that was sent to me that would have indicated that. But here's after the fact. Obviously, that's been part of the topic of conversation.
Sure. So let's stay in 2015 and your knowledge and experience at that time, just for the moment.
Mm-hmm.
Registrar, you can close this down and you can go to page 15, please. Oh, no, pardon me, page 10, please. And if you can call out paragraph 29, including the excerpted text. So following that fatal accident involving the two young women, staff exchanged emails about a motion to be added to the next Public Works Committee meeting, which was May 21st, 2015. And it was specifically referencing the death of those two young women, and then a resolution that staff be directed to investigate additional safety measures on the Red Hill and the Parkway, and the link. including additional guardrails, lighting, lane markings, and other means to help prevent future fatalities and serious injuries, and then to report back by December 7, 2015, which is the date of Ms. Farr's notes that we were looking at earlier. Do you recall becoming aware of this motion going before Public Works Committee?
Likely would have become aware of that when it came to council for sure. But would I have known it at the committee specifically? I can't tell you that.
Okay. And given that the tragic accident involving the deaths of those two women did seem to have some media around it. Did you pay particular attention when you saw this motion come through ratification at council?
I'm sure I supported it. You could probably check the record on that. I mean, there was always a need or a desire to follow up on any concerns that were expressed, especially when there's a sad, significant loss of these two young individuals. So we would want to follow up and ask our staff to make sure that we've done what's necessary from their perspective to make the road safe.
So did this motion and the direction to staff provide you with some assurances that staff were looking into issues about potential contribution to collisions?
Yeah, I mean, clearly this would have, indicated that it's not something we were ignoring, and that the staff were turning their mind to that. There weren't any conclusions at this point, but clearly here are some areas that folks have asked about and have wondered about. Let's report on that and see what the experts believe needs to be done, if anything.
Thank you. Registrar, could you close this down and go to page 15? Just for context, on May 21st, which is the day of the Public Works Committee meeting, Mr. Ferguson, that's David Ferguson, who is Superintendent of Traffic, he emailed you and councillors. Registrar, could you call out the underlying text in paragraph 41, please? So I think this would have even been before the matter went to council for ratification. You'll see in the first two paragraphs, he mentions that a consultant has been working on a full review on the link, and per the direction today that I think that's staff, would be retaining the same consultant to complete a safety review and provide recommendations on the Red Hill closer to the end of the year. So just providing that context that you received a direct communication from staff about this one.
Mm-hmm.
Was that unusual to get updates directly from staff on higher profile issues?
As an information report, I would say no. Wouldn't be unusual.
Okay, thank you. Registrar, you can close this down. And can you go to page 75 of this document, please? Can you pull up 75 76 as well, please? Thank you. So I'm moving forward in time to just after the December 7th meeting, which we'll go back to in a moment. Registrar, can you pull out 238, please? So, Mr. Mayor, this is just to orient you, and we'll go back into the meeting the day before in just a moment, but you'll see the Public Works Committee made a recommendation coming out of that meeting, which was to implement short-term measures to that the design for medium and long-term measures would be deferred pending the outcome of the transportation master plan, that the police undertake regular speed and aggressive driving enforcement, and that a copy be provided to the Joint Stewardship Board. And then finally, that signs be installed stating penalties and costs associated with speeding. So I'm just going to close that down, but I wanted to give you that context before we get into the December 7th meeting. Registrar, can you call up now page 73 and 74, please? Mr. Mayor, did you attend the Public Works Committee meeting on December 7th, 2015?
Not to my knowledge.
We do have a video copy of it. I don't see you there, and I don't think you're introduced. I'm going to go through some of the information that we've taken from the video recording and put in the overview document. And of course, if any of it strikes a recollection that you did attend, do let me know. So, Registrar, could you call out 232 on from both pages? Mr. Ferguson is there presenting a staff report that summarizes a consultant report. Just stopping there for a moment. In the usual course, Mr. Mayor, would you review staff reports as they were coming through standing committee to the council for ratification?
Mostly, yes. I generally rely on the agenda review process to, get at least acquainted with, the items that are in the report. I would have had a briefing from my staff generally of, the issues that might have been dealt with. So I'd have general knowledge. Would I have read every word of every report that the committee dealt with? No.
And what about underlying materials that are provided to the standing committees, like here, a consultant report that is then summarized in a staff report? Is it fair to say that you simply don't have the time to do that kind of preparatory work before council?
That's fair to say, and I'm obviously reliant on the information that I've already received, either through updates from staff or information through the agenda review process. And at the agenda review process, if there was an issue that I wasn't fully aware of, I'd ask them, I would generally, if they said this is an issue that's going to have some tension at council, then, I'd likely go back to the report and get an understanding. But would I read all the background reports associated with that? Probably not.
Okay, thank you. The video recording of the meeting indicates that Mr. Ferguson presented the staff report that summarized the consultant report on the link and the consultant report on the Red Hill. And Mr. Marula, who was a member of the Public Works Committee, asked Mr. Ferguson to reply to public comments questioning the quality of the asphalt. And Mr. Ferguson cited statistics regarding speeding and noted that the pavement itself was not causing any issues. He also noted that Mr. Moore was in attendance. Registrar, can you close this call out? And if you can call out the next 3 paragraphs, please. Thank you. Mr. Moore indicated to the Public Works Committee that the city had used stone mastic asphalt, SMA, in the construction of the Red Hill, which was the MTO's top mix for high-speed freeway type roadways. So just stopping there, does that provide you with any recollection about whether you attended the December 7th, 2015 meeting? Again, I don't have any indication you did. I just wanted to provide you with an opportunity.
No, I would not have had any knowledge at that point in time. I mean, this is knowledge that I would have, had after the fact for sure. But at that moment in time, at that meeting, I was not present, would not have heard this.
Okay. And in fact, at some point, did you actually go back and review this particular meeting?
No, not to my recollection specifically, no.
Okay. Were you aware before 2015 that the city had used a kind of paving service called stone mastic asphalt?
I would not have had that kind of specific knowledge at that point, no.
Mr. Moore also advised the Public Works Committee that the MTO had performed initial friction testing and had received results at or above what the MTO typically expects from high-grade friction mixes, and that they had performed testing subsequently 5 years after, and that the road was holding up exceptionally well. And Mr. Moore also said that the Red Hill was above the grade of any 400 series highway. Do you recall receiving in December of 2015 any information from other councillors about Mr. Moore's comments at that Public Works Committee meeting?
Not at that time, no.
And not as it went to ratification by council?
Correct. Yeah.
Thank you. Registrar, you can close that call out. Registrar, could you go to page 77 of OD7, please? And if you can bring up 78 as well, please. On December 9th, the Lakewood Beach Community Council emailed you and council under the subject line RHVP improvements ratification tonight. And I believe that the ratification, the council meeting to ratify the recommendations from Public Works Committee was that day on December 9th. The LBCC is a community organization. Were you familiar with the LBCC?
Yes.
Here they note at the bottom, and it's a little hard to read. Perhaps, Registrar, you can call out the bottom of page 77, please. We're too late. So the LBCC says, we're too late to have this as added as an agenda item. Therefore, running you directly requesting you consider adding one recommendation from the consultant's review to the list of improvements. Registrar, you can close that down. And then if you can call out the first paragraph of 78, please. Thank you. And the LBCC notes that the consultants were recommending a pavement friction test be conducted at the cost of $40,000. It was on the short-term list, but we feel the cost benefit of conducting this test would be money well spent. Registrar, you could close that down. So just in terms of process, when you and council receive an email request like this on the day of a council meeting, what are your options in terms of dealing with the email request?
Well, unless someone wants to raise it as an issue, during the conversation around this particular issue on the agenda, it's a non-issue at that point. Normally these kinds of and the Lakewood Beach Community Council and their proponents were a frequent commenter on various items, at various committees, and so normally that would be forwarded to city staff, the appropriate city staff for response. And this, I'm sure we put in this, I would have put in the same category, that this is not something that we should be raising at council meeting as we're ratifying a vote for this particular item. And I'm sure, the information was referred to city staff for follow-up.
It was through a bit of a path. Registrar, could you call out 274? So you'll see, rather than just a straight referral to staff, Councillor Jackson wrote back and said, 3 lines down at the bottom, I moved your correspondence to be referred to the next Public Works Committee meeting where recent reports on both short-term and long-term recommendations were debated. So Registrar, you can close that down. So that's another option for how to deal with a request that comes in by email in advance of a council meeting, refer it back to the standing committee for discussion.
Correct.
Registrar, could you go to page 111 of OD7, please? And if you can call it 350. So this is jumping forward a couple of months in time. And Mr. Ferguson emailed the LBCC back in advance of the next Public Works Committee meeting. And he says, and you're copied, pardon me, you're not copied. The office of the mayor is copied. Does that email address, office of the mayor, does that go directly into your personal inbox?
No, it doesn't.
And is that something that your staff would monitor?
They would monitor and respond if necessary. It may never get to my desk, but it could.
Thank you. So Mr. Ferguson, again, David Ferguson, superintendent says your email was requesting that the identified friction test be considered for short-term testing through support of Public Works Committee. I'm pleased to inform you that this testing will be completed by engineering services in 2016. So stopping there, do you have any recollection of personally reviewing this email when Mr. Ferguson sent it in February of 2016?
No.
Registrar, you can close this down. Last question before we move on. Had you received this email directly into your email inbox, would it have been noteworthy in any way to you?
No.
Registrar, can you go to page 165 of OD7, please? And if you can call out 490. So this is an email amongst Public Works Committee staff, Public Works staff. You're not copied on it, but it's in reference to another crossover fatality on the Red Hill in February of 2017. And Mr. White is talking to his colleagues, Mr. Mader, Mr. Lepton, and Mr. Ferguson about reviewing the SEMA reports on barriers, as these, it says fatals, fatalities can likely be mitigated with a barrier system. Registrar, can you close that down? And can you call out the next paragraph, please? 491. This fatal accident also led to some media and some media requests. In this one, it's a request for you to do a quick on camera today about the Red Hill. As you may have heard, it says Ms. Hall, a reporter from CHCH, there's another fatal on a stretch of highway last night. And she asks about the possibility of installing a median / barriers on the highway. Do you recall, Registrar, you can close this down. Do you recall some public scrutiny about this second crossover collision incident in February of 2017?
No doubt there had been some reporting done on the issue, both print and television media, but yeah, I would have been aware of that, and certainly aware that they were asking for comment.
Okay. What do you normally do with media requests like this one?
We review it in our office. We also, get in touch with, the appropriate staff people to kind of understand where they're at and what they're suggesting, and then, we would, in concert with them, fashion some key talking points that I would work from. Were I to do that, I don't know if I did or I didn't. I'm not
I think
sure
you did.
about this one.
I think that's exactly what happened here. Registrar, can you go to page 167, please? The same day, Ms. Graham, who is a communications staff member who works with the public works staff regularly, and Andrea McKinney, director, communications and corporate initiatives, and Jen Racine, senior communications officer, had emails about this, and Ms. Graham noted another accident on the Red Hill is resulting in a lot of media inquiries. Many counselors' offices have been engaged, and several are asking for a traffic safety section about messaging. And then she puts together some of the talking points that Mr. Ferguson is going to use for 2 interviews. Do you recall personally doing interviews on this crossover collision with CHCH or anyone else?
I don't recall doing that specifically on this one or any of them, quite frankly. I mean, I may have, but I'm not. I couldn't recall them for.
Sure. It seems that public works staff, including Mr. Ferguson, were city representatives for media purposes at various points in respect of the Red Hill. Is that common to have staff with technical expertise be media representatives?
Yes. I wouldn't say it was the rule, but certainly on significant sensitive issues, I thought it would be better for people that had all the background to talk to the media about that. And if the media still wanted to get information from me, they could.
Thank you. Registrar, can you go to the next page, please? So this is, again, another email that you're not copied on at 495. Registrar, could you call that out, please? So this is between Mr. Ferguson and Dan McKinnon. He's giving an update to Mr. McKinnon, and he says, I just got off the phone with Collins and Connolly asking questions about barriers and the recent incident. I believe they also talked to Gary. And then down at the bottom, in my discussion with the counselors, Chad did start to get onto a bit of a rant about these issues occurring as a result of driver behavior and that the actions of the motorists aren't being made public. Registrar, can you close that down? Do you recall in February of 2017 that this accident triggered discussion amongst counselors about further countermeasures to improve safety on the Red Hill?
I recall that there was concern, and a number of counselors, especially ones adjoining the expressway, would have identified some of their thoughts and concerns. Some of it included speeding, and when I read behavior of motorists, I think that largely had to do with speed, and I think speed was an issue that was often cited as a major concern using the roadway, especially the Red Hill Valley portion of it, where as people were coming down the hill. So yes, I would say I would have been aware of commentary from some about the status of the road, for sure.
Thank you, Registrar. Could you pull it again for 95? I closed it down too quickly. Mr. Mayor, Mr. Ferguson here also says in the 4th paragraph down that he had provided comment to the media that barriers were identified as a longer term option as the TMP is being completed, and we have to wait for what recommendation would be on the widening of the roadway. So this is February of 2017. Do you recall discussions within the city about the potential to widen the Red Hill or the link?
I believe Councillor Connolly was an individual that actually originally raised that issue as something that he thought needed to happen sooner rather than later. I'm not sure there was general agreement around that, but it was raised at a committee meeting I'm aware of. I've certainly heard about it. I don't think it went anywhere. And I think, to the answer that's provided here is that there was a belief that there needed to be a transportation master plan, done before we started, adding additional lanes to a roadway. So I recall Councillor Connolly being the kind of the proponent of let's get on with putting more laneways on the expressway.
And did you understand at the time that in addition to adding more lanes for traffic, that widening of the parkways would be an opportunity to also install medium barriers?
I don't remember that being the focus of the conversation, but I think it certainly was introduced in terms of the answer that I see here. But I don't know that Mr. Connolly, would have said, I would like barriers, I would like lighting, and could you please add a couple of lanes? So I think his focus was adding laneways to increase capacity. And that was the general focus, I think, of that conversation, although, staff would have added some detail around that.
Thank you. Registrar, can you close this call out and can you go to page 177, please? Can you bring up 178 as well? Actually, I'm going to go into the underlying document. Registrar, can you go to HAM 25870, please? Thank you. And can you call out the two paragraphs under the signature? Thank you. The call it's covering up what this is, but I think hopefully you had a glimpse of it. This is an information report, and it was provided to mayor and councillors, so not just the Public Works Committee meeting in March of 2017. And it's from Martin White, the manager of traffic operations and engineering, and the content is quite brief. It's at the top there, which is staff are requested to provide an update about the short-term safety improvements. And then there is a list of short-term improvements with the status of each of them. And then another appendix that had the list of recommended improvements in the longer term. Registrar, can you close that call out down? Mayor, do you recall receiving and reviewing this document in March of 2017?
I'm sure I reviewed it along with many others, but specific recall, generally, yes. Specifically, I'd be hard pressed to provide any detail, but I would have had eyes on this document for sure.
Okay. And you'll see under the Appendix A, there's reference to some aspects of the improvements being completed. They're coming up for completion, for example, spring, summer 2017. And then one, install recessed pavement markings. It says work to be completed during resurfacing 2018 to 2021. Do you recall if you knew in March of 2017 that engineering services was thinking about resurfacing the Red Hill?
I would have known that at some point, sure. Again, would I have engraved in my mind the kind of the timeline? Maybe not, but certainly at some point there needed to be a resurfacing of the roadway. And so I would have been aware of that for sure.
Thank you. Registrar, can you close this down and go back into OD7, page 180, please? And can you bring up 181 as well? And can you call out the email, actually the entirety of paragraph 523 at the bottom of 180 that extends on to 181? Thank you. So the call out at the top, Mr. Mayor, is an email from you to Mr. McKinnon and Mr. Murray. The subject line is Expressway, and you've copied members of City Council. It's going to take a moment. You can read your email. Do you recall sending that email?
I do.
Did you regularly drive on the Red Hill and the Link?
Yes, I would say I was a frequent user. A lot of the events that I went to were at two banquet facilities that are, up the hill from where I live. So lower city, close to the expressway is where my home is, or to the valley, Red Hill Valley Parkway, and on the mountain up in the top of the escarpment are two banquet facilities that were frequent, where I frequented lots of events. So I would be going up and down the Red Hill Valley Parkway and Link quite extensively, if not daily, sometimes multiple times a day.
Thank you. So you say in your email to Mr. McKinnon that you travel through the city quite often and quite frequently on the Red Hill and the Link, and that you find the lane markers very faint on dry days and virtually invisible when it is raining. Mm-hmm. The reflectors that have been installed in some locations do help, but many of them are missing or not reflecting. I'm not sure which. Mm-hmm. And then you compare that to the QEW, the 401 or the 407, where the lane markings are bright and highly visible. And you say, I'm generally a confident and unflappable driver. And as you drive the expressways in wet road conditions, you find yourself searching and guessing where the lane markers are. And then you say, I find it to be an unsafe condition and a hazard for all drivers and should be easily remedied. So I'll come back to the remainder of that email in a moment, but you don't reference a specific driving experience that led you to send this email to Mr. McKinnon. It seems more sort of general in the way that you've described your concerns.
It was actually very specific. So the night before, there was a significant rainstorm. So I was traveling down the Red Hill Valley Expressway, going home, and there was a significant rainstorm happening at that moment in time. And as I traveled down around the curve and down from the Link down to the RHVP, I found that I could barely make out the road, and it was a significant rainstorm. I must kind of tell you that it wasn't just your, a shower. It was teeming, but that then virtually. Didn't allow for either the visibility of the lane markings or the, I had to use the sides of the roads to get to understand, which way I needed to go. Now I knew the road pretty well, so I was in, in familiar territory, but it was difficult, if not almost impossible, as I indicate, to see the lane markings on the roadway. And, if I was having that trouble, other people were having that same trouble as well. My eyes are good. Cataract surgery has taken place. And so, I'm virtually 20/20. And sometimes I've been accused of a lack of vision, but on this night, I could not see. I could not see. And so that either that morning, I'm not sure what time of day I sent this, but I sent it, having had that experience that particular evening, and only the once, to be honest. I didn't experience necessarily again. I didn't go looking for it. I just wanted to relate to them the experience that I had on that particular night, on that occasion, and that should that arise again, similar, if changes weren't made, similar people would find them in similar circumstances.
That's helpful. So it was a very specific incident that led to this. Had you previously observed that the lane markings were faint, very faint on dry days, which you also mentioned in your email?
Yeah, I would have, reminded them that, and I guess this was in.
It was in April of 2017.
Yeah, so after the winter season, so some understanding that there is a natural fading as a result of snow and snow clearing and all of that sort of thing. But it was April, and it was pretty evident that they were faint and needed to be refreshed. On top of that, the rain made it even that more difficult. So I would have, in the same breath, have said, yes, and I've noted that, these lane markings aren't as bright as the lane markings we find on the 401 or on the 407, in fact. Why, and what can we do about it?
You say, I find this to be an unsafe condition and a hazard and should be easily remedied. Can you think of another circumstance in which you emailed the general manager of public works and the city manager describing something in the city as an unsafe condition or a hazard?
No, I can't. Think of another occasion where I might have done that. I mean, I may have, identified some problem, in the course of my travels throughout the city, whether it was, garbage strewn around the city or, I would, usually if I saw something that needed attention, I would share that with the appropriate staff, but I can't think of a time when I would have sent this kind of an email identifying or using the words, hazard or concern.
And is that because you had a significant concern about the issues that you identified for Mr. McKinnon and Mr. Murray?
At that moment in time, given that evening and the circumstances around the very severe rain that was happening, that was the issue that I had identified in this email. I would say that it wasn't a concern most of the time in my regular use of the road. Generally speaking, there'd be snow on the road from time to time, and roads are inherently hazardous places anyway. But we need to ensure that we're maintaining and keeping it in a state that makes it at least manageable to navigate. And I didn't find on this particular occasion that was the case.
Thank you. And it seems that Mr. Jackson, Councillor Jackson agrees. You'll see at the bottom in the call out at 5:24. He says, I couldn't agree more. I drove on the Red Hill in the last 24 hours during the late evening, and it was horrendous trying to determine where the lane markings were. And he mentions during a rainfall, it's even worse. Registrar, you can close those down.
Always happy to have Councillor Jackson agree with you.
You can close those down, and if you can call out 5:25. You'll see that Mr. Martin replies to your email the next day, and he references that the pavement markings are the same as the ones used on for MTO roads, but they do need to be done as the seasons pass. And he says, in respect of the inlaid reflectors, we are aware that a number of these reflectors are now missing, having been installed. And then, and Registrar, could you just highlight this? It's in the second full paragraph. Engineering services section is planning to repave the link in the Red Hill over the next few years. And therefore, replacing the missing markers will be done in combination with the anticipated upcoming pavement operations. And so he summarizes that upon repaving, the pavement markings will be restated, inline pavement markings will be installed or reinstalled. And then I won't go to the next part of this, which should be called out as well, but it says we're also going to repaint the pavement markings this year as we do every season in the spring. Were you aware before this email that engineering services was planning to repave the link, or would this have been a first indication for you about this potential repaving?
Well, I would have had general knowledge of the need to repave, at some point. Would I have had those dates engraved in my mind? I wouldn't think so.
Okay.
I'd like to keep my brain power useful for, immediate things that are going on rather than clogging it up with all kinds of information that other people have. So if I needed to know, I would know where to go, but it's not something that I would carry with me as knowledge.
Thank you. Registrar, can you close this down and can you pull out HAM 259216? And can you pull up the next image as well? So we were just looking at that email that's on the right-hand side from Mr. White, and then you respond, thanks for this answer and information. Clearly having more reflective and durable lane markers is the ultimate answer. Happy to hear making these changes. And then you say, and hopefully you can read this, this font is kind of small. In the meantime, I would also ask that you to assess and consider the current safety issues, perhaps put out some short-term electronic signage that can be activated evenings and during rain events for users to dramatically reduce their speed in these hazardous moments. And then I'll just go through the rest of the chain before I ask you some questions. Mr. White says, thank you. That's an excellent suggestion about the electronic signage. It's worthwhile to pursue, and we'll take it to Public Works. And you say thank you. And then Mr. McKinnon and Mr. Mader have a follow-up on their own about chatting about this. So given that back and forth with Mr. White, did the Public Works staff response satisfy your concerns that you had raised initially to Mr. McKinnon?
Yes, generally, yes. With the knowledge that, lines were going to be spruced up, and they're looking at signage to make people aware of different driving conditions that they ought to be mindful of, et cetera, et cetera. So I thought some of the ideas that were coming forward to enhance the visibility and provide warnings for folks was appropriate. Thank you.
Registrar, can you now pull up HAM 52704, please? And can you pull up the first two images? Mayor, did you review this July 2017 Hamilton Spectator article when it was published?
Likely, yes. Don't remember it specifically, but I'm sure I would have read it.
It's quite a lengthy article, at least in electronic form. It's 6 pages. Mm-hmm. Is this the kind of article that you would be inclined to read? A sort of in-depth reporting piece from the Hamilton Spectator?
Sure, yeah.
Registrar, can you call out, so this is all about, as the title suggests, why are there so many crashes on the Red Hill? Registrar, can you pull out the first 5 paragraphs, please? So this is just the opening paragraphs. The 5th paragraph says the city's done limited friction testing on the road, but refuses to make the results public, saying only that they were ultimately inconclusive. Do you recall taking note of this when you read this article? I know it's a long time ago.
If I read the article, I would have noted it, but did it jump out at me as something that was revolutionary information? I wouldn't say so.
Okay, Registrar, could you close this and go to close the call out and call out the last 5 paragraphs of this page. Perfect, thank you. So this is somewhat repetitive to what we just looked at, but the article says the city did a friction test later that year after a 2015 report, but the results were never made public. And Mr. Moore is attributed as saying there's no official report, only an informal chart. The friction test was not fulsome and the results were inconclusive. But instead of doing further testing as it was recommended, the city has decided to repave. By July of 2017, had anyone told you that the city's decision to repave the Red Hill in around that time was linked in any way to friction test results?
No.
Registrar, you can close this down. If you can call up image 3 of this document, please. And if you can call out the first 5 paragraphs, please. The article goes on to say that the city refused to share the chart that was referenced in the image above about friction testing. And Mr. Moore is attributed as saying, no one ever releases that type of information because it's the first thing anyone would use in a lawsuit, end quote. From your perspective, what is the appropriate city posture in respect of media inquiries for information like this one?
Well, that's a kind of a complicated question. I mean, I don't believe that all the reports that staff use to come to a conclusion that they then report on to committee and council are reports or generally made public to anyone. Quite frankly, it's part of their everyday work. Many consultant reports go to staff that they use to fashion the recommendations that they're making to council. And so I would say it would be very unusual that a singular report on a singular issue be actually made public. Certainly not to be made public prior to it coming to committee and council. And it would be totally unusual if a senior member or any other member of staff would release a report at all without it going to senior leadership team, city manager, committee and council.
Okay. Or it could be released through an FOI request if one was made, I presume. Clearly,
that's the media option, or anyone else out there that would want to request that. That doesn't mean it's going to be released, but it could be asked for. And we don't know what the end result of that might be due to the independence of the FOI process.
Thank you. I see that we're at 5 minutes after 11, which is about a break time. Commissioner, is this an appropriate time to take a break? I am about to move to a different topic.
Yeah, I think this would be appropriate. Let's take our usual 15-minute break. We'll return at 11:20.
All right.
Commissioner, may I proceed?
Yes, please do.
Turning now to 2018. In January of 2018, Public Works staff submitted a report to the Public Works Committee that was quite a lengthy update on the Red Hill and the link. Registrar, can you call up HAM 46147, please? Thank you. Mr. Mayor, this is quite a lengthy document. We provided it to you in advance for your preparation today. Is this a familiar document to you?
Yeah. Mhm.
So this was delivered to the Public Works Committee, but then it would have gone up through the process we've talked about to council at ratification. Do you recall reviewing it as it was coming, as the recommendations set out in it were coming to council for ratification?
I would have seen the kind of the high level recommendations. Yeah, I'm not sure I would have seen the kind of the background report, but I would have seen the recommendations. Yes.
Okay, so you don't have a recollection sitting here today that you actually read the staff report?
I don't recall. I may have, given the kind of the import of the issue, but I don't have specific memory of doing that. No.
Okay. You'll see that the recommendations are numerous. Excuse me. To implement some short and medium term collision countermeasures. That's an A. And in fact, maybe for all of our eyes, I'll get the registrar to call these out. Registrar, can you call out the bottom half of the left-hand image, please? Thank you. The second is to undertake an annual detailed collision analysis and report back as part of the Hamilton Strategic Road Safety Program annual report. That the Hamilton Police Service be requested to undertake regular speed and aggressive driving enforcement. That staff undertake an annual collision count. That median barriers be installed on the link and the Red Hill in coordination with any future widening. And that Public Works report back in 2020 with an update on the overall operating conditions of the link and the Red Hill. Registrar, why don't we go to the next page to just finish off that recommendation? You can close that call out. And if you can call out the top half of the right-hand side, thank you. With a focus on the MTO activity in terms of widening and truck activity, and that a number of items be taken off the outstanding business list. Registrar, you can close that call out. By 2018, what was your general impression about the reasons for a collision on the Red Hill?
Be varied and numerous. I mean, it would be reliant on speed being a primary factor in some of the collisions. I'm not sure that at any point would I have evaluated the friction testing or slipperiness on the road as being a contributing factor, although it was mentioned in a number of reports. But that also has something to do with rain and wet conditions and speed and how people navigate the road or change their driving behavior based on conditions. So, I mean, I would have a general impression of a roadway that I thought was safe, that there weren't any, undue or unnecessary hazards, and some of the improvements that were asked for, I think at this point had been made. So, things were. We're heading in the right direction.
Did you have an impression that speeding on the Red Hill was still a significant issue?
Yeah, I would have had that feeling for sure. And I think at this point we'd already done some speed change. I'm not recalling kind of the timing chronology, but or enforcement of speed control by policing. So we had at some point set out a self-funded, police squadron that would focus specifically on the RHBP. I think it might have been done already, or was in process, or had been applied, and then was going to be applied again. But I can't remember all the timelines around that.
That's fair. And just for the understanding of the inquiry, what is your relationship as mayor to the Hamilton Police Service?
At that point, I would have been a member of the Hamilton Police Service. I'm not sure if I was chair at that point, but I would have been a member of the Police Services Board, and
So
had been since I got elected the second time around.
So your recollection of the self-funded police squadron that would focus on the Red Hill, is that as a result of your membership on the Police Services Board?
No, it would have been both. I mean, obviously it was council that asked for it, and it would have had to have been flowed as a request to police services, and they would have had to agree with that. It was done operationally, I believe. I'm not sure there was a kind of a board resolution around that. I think the police chief of the day agreed with the approach and implemented on behalf of council.
Thank you. Registrar, you can close this down. If you can go to OD7, page 70, please. I'm sorry, I misspoke. Oh, it's OD8, page 70, please. Registrar, can you call out paragraph 195, please? So in February of 2018, Mr. White and Mr. McKinnon pick up again some discussions about replacing the pavement marking reflectors as part of an upcoming repavement project and repainting the link. I'm going to go into the underlying document because I think that this discussion actually is prompted by you. Registrar, you can close that, close the call out and the document and go to HAM 1137, please. And if you can go to the second image as well, show both. And if you can call out the right-hand side first, please, the two emails. Right there, yeah, no, on the right-hand, those two emails, yes, thank you, Registrar. So, Mr. Mayor, you'll see that Mr. McKinnon and Mr. White are having a discussion about the one that we were just looking at. And then Mr. McKinnon flips that discussion to you on the same day. And it says, hi, Fred, and follow up to your questions. Do you recall prompting Mr. McKinnon for an update on pavement marking reflectors or repainting the link?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
What was the impetus to get in touch with Mr. McKinnon about these issues in February of 2018?
Just following up on previously identified work that they were committed to, and wanted to know and understand the status of that and where we're at and when is it happening.
So you hadn't had another driving experience like the one that led to your first email to Mr. McKinnon?
No.
Registrar, you can close this down. And if you can call out the mayor's email at the bottom of that. Yes, exactly. Thank you. That's perfect. So you, in response, say, when is the resurfacing scheduled for? If it's years away, what do we do with these reflectors in the meantime? I read these questions as having a real desire from you to ensure that the reflectors, that the Parkway had working reflectors. Is my interpretation correct?
Yes. Well, I mean, part of it is it was installed not too long ago, and why the heck are they missing? Obviously, there's some faulty work there. If these are intended to be in the pavement and permanent, and half of them are gone. So what's the story with the faulty work, and why are we not replacing them? Because I did see them as a useful way to for wayfinding as you're navigating down the road in all conditions. So it's been very helpful.
Thank you. Registrar, you can close this. And if you could call out Mr. White's response, please. So Mr. White responds, and he has some information about the reflectors, and he says they're going to be, the repaving was originally scheduled for 2018, so they weren't going to replace until that repaving was done. However, there is a chance that the paving tender and contract may be held over to 2019, and if that's the case, then traffic is just going to replace the missing reflectors in the construction season in 2018. Registrar, you can close this down. I think you said earlier you weren't really keeping track of the timeline for repaving. Was this suggestion from Mr. White that the paving tender and contract might be held over till 2019? Was that new information when he provided it to you?
New in the sense that it might be held over, yes. So obviously, previous conversation was we were intending on holding off until repaving happened. Now, as I asked the question around, where are these reflectors and why are they not being replaced? They're indicating that there might be some delay, and so can we not make sure that they're replaced in due time? Rather than having to wait for the next contract to do repayment.
And did Mr. White's response that it would either be done in a resurfacing in 2018 or traffic would just replace the missing reflectors in 2018? Did that response satisfy you in terms of your concerns about the reflectors?
Yes.
Registrar, you can close this down, and if you can go to HAM 1336, please. And if you could show the next image as well. Registrar, could you call out the public service announcement that starts at the bottom of the left-hand side? So a few months later, the communications department sent out a public service announcement about these closures, and that was sent to council and support staff. It's not unusual that you get an update if there's going to be a closure of a major artery. Is that fair?
Correct. Yeah.
So here, there's a reference to completing sampling of asphalt. And the third paragraph says the closure will allow crews to take samples, which will be tested for a potential future recycling and resurfacing in the Red Hill in 2019. Did you take note of the fact that by July, the resurfacing was going to be done now in 2019?
Well, by virtue of this information, yeah, I would have been aware that it's 2019, not 2018.
Well, I can see you might have read it, but was it, were you starting to note that that the repaving was being pushed year over year, or was that not something that really struck you either way?
I would have noted it, but would it have jumped out at me as an area of concern or an issue that needed, additional information? Probably not.
Okay. And the issue around sampling the asphalt and the potential future recycling, those sort of technical details, those would not have really been something that you would focus on.
Correct.
You'd leave that to the public works staff.
Sure. I mean, I'd be aware, and obviously resurfacing. There's a couple of ways that they're done. They're either done with brand new asphalt, or sometimes it's shave and pave. So generally aware of what it means to test to see if the current asphalt is going to be reusable or not. I would have knowledge around that in the general sense, but specific to this particular issue, I would have left to the experts to make their determination and come back and report to us.
And fair to say your focus when they reported back would be about how much it was going to cost, how long it was going to last, and how inconvenient it was going to be. Is that
sure? I mean, it would have been, when are you doing it? What's the budget for this? Do we have it approved in the budget, et cetera, et cetera? So that would be the kind of the natural reporting on things that we would be responsible for approving.
And is that an example of the distinction between sort of the governance role that you see you and council playing versus the operational role of staff?
Yes. Clearly we shouldn't be digging into, minutia around, testing and testing results. That's something that staff are responsible for and, would report on in due time.
Thank you. Registrar, you can close the call out and the document. And if you can go to, and before I do, I understand this is not an exhibit. If you can make this document the next exhibit, which I think is 177, but registrar, I may be off by a number.
Noted, Council. It's exhibit 178.
You can close this down, registrar, and if you can go into overview document 9A, please. You can go to page 103. And also bring up 104, please. Thank you. So Mayor Eisenberger, so we're back in an overview document. The underlining is just to demonstrate that it's some new content that's been more recently added. It is a little harder to read, but I'll make sure I blow them out. Mm-hmm. Registrar, can you call out 263 first, please? Thanks. So Ms. O'Reilly, from a reporter from the Hamilton Spectator, emailed Michelle Shantz, communications and media relations in your office, saying she was working on an article about the resurfacing of the Red Hill and wanted to speak to you. Do you generally have Ms. Shantz deal with communications requests that come into your office?
With the request, not necessarily responding to it independently, but certainly she would receive the request, and then there would be kind of a follow through on what the response from the office might be and who would make that. Okay.
And when is it that she brings you in, and when does she deal with it on her own? What's the sort of threshold of when it gets escalated to you?
Well, I mean, I would say that she wouldn't be dealing it on her own predominantly. That would be taboo. So anything that comes out of my office is coming from me. And so I would, unless she was getting some background information, and I'm not reading the entirety of what you have here, but if it was anything that involved commentary from the office, that would be coming through me.
Okay, and it would have your eyes on it before it went out?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
The rule is anything that comes from my office that and a request for information, I have eyes on it before it goes.
Thank you. You can, if I can direct you to the email from Ms. O'Reilly, she notes that Gord McGuire appears to have told her that testing showed significant cracking from the top down, so staff were expediting plans to resurface. When the Red Hill was when it was built, it used a higher end pavement that's supposed to last longer. And then she has some questions that she directs to Ms. Shantz. Registrar, can you close this down and can you call out the remainder of this paragraph on page 104?
Ms. Lawrence, I wonder if it would make more sense to go to the actual document so that Mayor Eisenberger could see the full email.
I was going to take him into a related document, but yes, I can do that. Registrar, it's HAM 62869. It is a little hard to read in the OD in these sections. And Registrar, could you go to images 2 and 3? So this is what we were just looking at. Mr. Mayor, is the Ms. O'Reilly's initial email at the bottom on image 3. And then you'll see Ms. Shantz, which is where I was just about to go, flips it to you. And she has listed several questions, I think attributed to Ms. O'Reilly, and some draft responses.
Okay, yeah.
Registrar, can you now go to image 1 and 2? And so you'll see the draft responses from Ms. Shantz to you and to your staff, which are on the now on the bottom of image 2, include a reference at the very bottom to this being expected maintenance within the cost of the resurfacing project. And then it looks like from that, Ms. Shantz goes and gets some more information from Public Works staff. At least she says at the top, more information below for our files, waiting on Public Works staff to provide any updates. And there's a number of pieces of information about some asphalt testing in 2018, the cost, and how it was funded, and what is called the benefit, which is references the attracting jobs and 8 businesses. Do you personally, as you're working with your communications officer, do anything to confirm the accuracy of the messaging and information that communications people provide to you?
No, I take it as something they've gotten from an expert authority in the staff that provided this information. So I would not spend a whole lot of time questioning each element of this. I would take it at face value. Unless something jumped out at me that I knew wasn't accurate, or, I mean, that's why I have eyes on everything that goes out from me to ensure that, it's consistent with my knowledge and understanding. But I in terms of specific technical details, that would come from
Thank you.
our expert staff.
Thanks. And did you note on image 1 under asphalt testing, the third bullet point down, actually through all 3 of them, there's a reference to the potential of using new technology, stripping the asphalt, mixing it with some new material and putting it back down. but the testing is not complete, so we're not going to use it. We're going to go with the tried and true shave and pave. Was that information, the technology they were testing, that testing wasn't complete and that they were going with the shave and pave, was that new information to you when Ms. Shantz collected it and provided it to you?
I mean, I'm not sure where they had previously landed on in terms of how they were going to do it. I was generally aware of the process in terms of repaving roads. And so would that have jumped out at me as brand new information? Probably not. It would just have been this is the we've done our test and this is the direction that we're going to go.
Okay, thank you. Registrar, you can close this down, and if you can go back into OD9A, page 130, please. So this is a different topic. Registrar, can you pull out 314 and 315? In November, early November, November 8th, the city received a request for information, an FOI request. And in particular, that request is, the subject of that request is at 315. And it is for access to any reports, memos, drafts, correspondence about friction testing on the Red Hill in the last 5 years, and any reports, memos, including drafts and correspondence about asphalt or pavement testing assessments plans on the Red Hill for the last 2 years. In the usual course, does the fact of a receipt of an FOI request get escalated to you?
No, not necessarily. Not unless it was something that was directed to our office and asking for information from our office regarding, and that's certainly happened on occasion, and that I would be aware of that. Mm-hmm. But in a general sense, in terms of this specific request, it would not be something I'd generally be aware of.
Did anybody make you aware of it in November of 2018?
Not to my recollection, no. I don't believe I was aware of it. And I think your follow-up question might be, at the next meeting in December, was I aware of it? I don't have recollection of it being raised as an issue. Thereafter, it certainly, became part of certainly some of the motivation, but at that moment and that date, I don't recall it being raised as an issue.
Okay, thank you. You can close this call out. We will get to the mid-December meeting that you had with staff. Before we get there, Registrar, can you go to page 63 of OD9? 9A, sorry. And can you bring up 64 as well? And can you call out 150 at the bottom of 63? And the first two paragraphs of the rest of this paragraph at 64. Thank you. Could you move the top call out down just a little bit so we can see it completely? Thank you. Mayor Eisenberger, so in August of 2018, the staff in the Audit Services Department commenced a audit, and you'll see in this email from Mr. Pellegrini of that office, that the objective of this audit was to look at how pavement performance is tracked and managed, both holistically and for each segment. Mm-hmm. Were you aware in the late summer, early fall of 2018, that audit was commencing a audit on this issue?
Not that I recall, no.
Is that unusual, or do you have insight into the workings of audit services at any given time?
Well, they would, generally report to the appropriate committee. So an audit and finance would be the place that they would generally go to identify their work plan for the year, and then they would do their work plan. And so I would likely not have been at the audit and finance committee when they dealt with this issue. I am no doubt that if any recommendations came out of finance would have made its way to council. At that moment in time, I would have likely have seen a work plan for the year, and this would likely have been on it. Did I have specific knowledge in terms of date and timelines as to when they were doing it? No.
Okay. Our registrar, you can close this down. And if you can go to page 224, please. And if you can call out all of 531, please. So this is an email from Mr. Brown to Mr. McGuire, copying Mr. McKinnon. Mr. Brown says, some preliminary findings from the ongoing construction audit have led me to open an investigation to friction management in the Red Hill. As part of this, I'm asking for a number of documents. So this is December 11th. We are shortly going to get to a meeting that you had on December 18th with staff. Prior to that meeting with staff on December 18th, were you aware that Audit Service had expanded its roads audit to also look at friction management?
No.
Registrar, you can close this down. So by October of 2018, and by the time you're having those back and forths with your communications officer, Ms. Shantz, staff in the Public Works Department had found and reviewed a copy of the Tradewind report. You don't learn of its existence at that time in October of 2018. What was your expectation about when staff would advise you or your staff about the existence of the Tradewind report?
Not sure I have an expectation. I'm not sure that I could, kind of look back and speculate on that. I would say, I was made aware at a particular moment in time, and that's the first time I was made aware of, the report, and a report existing that wasn't necessarily consistent with information that had been shared previously. So I don't know that I could or would or should speculate on when it should have been brought to anyone's attention.
Okay. Prior to meeting with staff on December 18th, were you aware that engineering services had provided a redacted copy of the Golder report, another consultant report to which the Tradewind report was appended, to audit services with redaction specifically around friction testing?
No. Again, I would consider that, being in the weeds, and certainly not on a day-to-day basis would I be looking for, individual, audit processes or individual reports related to that. I'd be looking for an information report or, a report to go to council that would overview that work at some point in time, but certainly not on a moment-to-moment basis.
So we've already had some reference to the meeting that you had with staff on December 18th. Who first gave you a heads up that there was an issue that staff wanted to raise or discuss with you that related to the Red Hill?
Dan McKinnon did, General Manager of Public Works, did give me a heads up that they were looking to have a meeting, and there was some concern around, a particular report. I didn't get any details or specifics, just a heads up. as to why they were wanting the meeting, and we then subsequently arranged the meeting to hear whatever they were prepared to share.
Okay. So you didn't have any details besides it related to the Red Hill?
Right. Correct.
Okay. Do you remember approximately when that was? Maybe with reference to how many days before the meeting? Was it within days of the meeting, or was it?
Yeah, I would say within days. Obviously there was some urgency on getting to it, certainly in Dan's voice. And so I don't remember specifically how many days, but I think we would have been in a, let's set it up as quickly as possible so that we can hear, what they're talking about.
Okay. Registrar, can you go to page 261, please? So there was, I think, some revisions to the time, but you'll see at the in paragraph 614 at the top of this page that Mr. Zagarek sent a revised calendar invitation to you, changing the time of a meeting to a scheduled time of 9 a.m. on December 18. And the attendees in that meeting were you, in the invitation for the meeting were you, Mr. McKinnon, Mr. McGuire, Ms. Audie, Ms. Omazik, and Mr. Soldo. And the location, I believe, was in the boardroom near your office.
Right.
It's listed there, but I believe that's right.
Yeah.
The mayor's boardroom?
Yes.
So before we get into the actual meeting, as a general practice, do you usually get briefings orally, or do they often are they accompanied by written materials?
No, this kind of meeting would be, a verbal oral meeting update. Generally wouldn't bring a raft of documents to. I mean, if they were planning on providing documents, I would have asked for an opportunity to review them before the meeting. So, this would be an oral, presentation on what they've discovered and what the concerns were. Don't remember any paperwork being delivered to me as a result of that. I mean,
No.
City managers' meetings would have been in the same vein. Every time I had a briefing from the city manager, bi-monthly, it would be here are the items we want to talk about, and then it'd be a verbal kind of conversation around that issue as opposed to a whole bunch of documentation. So generally speaking, our meetings would have been verbal.
Okay. And it was common that there was no, not even a briefing note or a summary that you would review in advance?
Correct.
Okay. To your recollection, who attended this meeting on December 18th?
Mr. McKinnon, Mr. McGuire, Mr. Zagarek, Mr. Soldo, and my chief of staff, Trina Omazik.
Okay. Do you remember whether Ms. Audie, city solicitor, attended?
Ms. Audie would have been there as well. Yes. So.
Okay. Do you have a specific recollection of Mr. McGuire and Mr. Soldo attending?
Yeah, I believe so. Now, I mean, as specific as my memory is, they would have been likely people to have there given their responsibility. So we wanted to have people in the room that were directly involved with the RHVP from either a legal or operational perspective. And so that would certainly include Mr. McGuire and Mr. Soldo at the time.
Do you recall specifically if your chief of staff attended? Or is that just an assumption because
no, I
on the
recall
invitation
specifically that I asked her to be there.
Okay. Registrar, you can close this. Thank you. Who led the discussion during the meeting on December 18th?
I know it likely would have started either with Dan or Mike Zagarek. I don't have total recall on that, but city manager would have been probably the opener, And then Dan McKinnon would have, filled in with whatever knowledge he had, and then it would have led to others, Mr. McGuire and Mr. Sullivan, as the conversation evolved, including Masadi, from a legal perspective. So, I think they all would have had a role. Was it Mike Segarra or Dan McKinnon that kind of led the way? I don't recall specifically.
Okay, but you do have a recollection of Mr. McKinnon and Mr. McGuire providing some updates, and then Ms. Audie providing some information from a legal perspective?
Yes.
Okay. What was the nature of the briefing from your perspective? Was it staff providing information to you, or was it more of a question and answer?
Well, originally them providing information in terms of what they discovered and what it meant, both legally. I remember, my original reaction was, for anyone that had an accident on the roadway, given this, what was characterized as an inconclusive but divergent report, it became public. When it became public, would lead, many of them to make an assumption that it was the friction of the roadway that was the cause, even though that may or may not be accurate. But that if I were a parent and I had lost a child, or had someone that was involved in an accident, I'm sure I would have turned my mind in exactly the same way. So I remember that reaction. And then there would have been an interactive conversation around all the things that pertain to the legalities of the issue, the lawsuits that were already outstanding, what this might mean relative to that. And then the conversation turned to how are we going to bring this to council?
Okay, so let's take those step by step. So first, did staff provide you information about where the Tradewin report had been found? Like how it was discovered?
I don't remember delving into the detail in terms of how it was discovered, or what cabinet, or what door it was in. I really don't know. All I knew was, and they were advising me, was that they had discovered this report that was a bit of an outlier compared to other reports that were previously identified.
What do you mean a bit of an outlier?
Well, it came to a different conclusion on friction testing than the other report that was also out there that came to a conclusion around friction testing, as I was being advised. So it was I recall them also identifying that different standards that were being applied, whether it was a UK standard or a Canadian standard. So we got into some of the specifics, but not in a great level of detail. The conversation more started to drift towards what are the legal ramifications, how do we bring it to council, how do we make it public? Okay,
so before we get there, just in terms of my question was perhaps not targeted enough. Was there discussion about why this report was from 2014, but it was only being raised with you now in 2018? Like in terms of that period of time, and any explanation for it? Was that conveyed to you?
Yeah, I think so. And I think it would have been, suggested or indicated that Gary Moore was responsible for having received this report and deemed the report to be inconclusive and not necessarily, let's leave it at inconclusive. In his mind, it was inconclusive, that didn't really provide what in his mind was information that was useful in terms of the surface of the road. He didn't think it jived with the previous report and decided to not advance it or do anything more with it. That's my understanding of what I was provided as a result of why the report never came to light.
Okay. Did staff specifically tell you that the Tradewin report had contained friction values for the Red Hill that were below or well below an investigatory standard from the UK?
So there was discussion around different standards being applied, and the fact that they were out of country standard, a UK standard as compared to I think a Canadian standard. I'm not sure if it's a North American standard, but there was some discussion around that this report actually identified a lower friction standard than the previous information that was known. So so.
Okay. So you mentioned a couple of times that there was a previous report. Did you get more information about this previous report that I think in your words didn't jive or was different than the trade owner report?
Yeah, and I think that's information that probably came to us later on. So what I think when we talked about public works meetings that happened much before. And questions were asked about the viability, the surface, the slipperiness of the road. Mr. Moore had answered that the road was just fine. There was no concern. And, so I think that's what I'm referring to, not necessarily a specific report that had friction testings information in it, but previous reporting from Mr. Moore to committee saying everything's fine with the road, no need for concern. Carry out.
Okay, thank you. So it wasn't actually an actual report that you.
No, it was.
With you? Okay.
It was based on a question asked at a committee, to which Mr. Moore responded, and I see that as reporting, but not necessarily a report.
Okay, thank you. And so was there discussion about Mr. Moore having made comments to the media that were arguably inconsistent with what the trade owner report itself said?
At this meeting?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it would have been part of the discussion for sure that Mr. Moore had previously said everything was okay, fine. And this report, obviously, when it came to light, wasn't necessarily consistent with that. So that inconsistency was a concern, and that would have been a flashpoint from a legal perspective, as well as a concern from public at large when it became public that they may have some doubts on the surface of the road.
Did staff tell you about the work over time to implement safety countermeasures on the Red Hill? Did they give you sort of a history of the work that had already been done?
I don't think that was part of the conversation, to be honest. I think it's something that I would have known and probably didn't need to be reminded of. Given that we had, shared emails around, roadway concerns. I mean, there'd be a number of things that have already happened to make improvements on the road surface. So I don't know that we spent a lot of time rehashing that. We spent more time about, deciding how we were going to advance this. And my mission to them was, let's get this to council, but let's get it to council comprehensively and not piecemeal in bits and pieces. So take all the time you need. Is there anything, concerning about the road, any emergency, any safety issues that we need to be aware of? And the answer to that was no.
And who told you that?
Sorry?
Who told you that? Which staff members in particular?
I'm going to surmise Dan McKinnon or Mr. Soldo at the time would have been part of the meeting. So, the question would have been, is there anything immediate that we need to do? And the answer would have been no. And so then the next step would have been, so how do we pull this?
I'm just going to stop you because I don't want to get to the next step yet.
Okay.
You said the question would have been, I think you asked the question, is the road safe? Is that right?
I'm sure it would have come up in the conversation. Sure. Yeah.
And did staff who were at this meeting provide you with any specific basis for the answer being no? Work they had done, analysis they had done, assessment that they had done? So I think that it was their sense that the road was not unsafe. It was their sense?
Based on whatever evidence they had, based on collision track record, everything that they used to make that kind of an assessment. That certainly became a flashpoint thereafter in terms of having that confirmed in some manner or another. But at that moment in time, from my perspective, is there an emergency here that needs to be dealt with? And the answer to that was no.
I understand that evidence and I understand that we'll have more discussions about that flashpoint later. In the moment, in that question and answer, is the road safe from you, or is it not unsafe? I think is how you put it. And the answer being the road is not unsafe or the road is safe. Was there any further discussion about what steps staff wanted to take to confirm that sense that they had?
Yeah, I mean, in a general sense, we would have, obviously they would have talked about getting some confirmation from, outside experts and getting a second opinion, or, getting a second look at, current conditions and confirmation of what they believe to be, a safe road, or that it was not unsafe, or there was not an emergency. But there would have been some conversation around that there needed to be next steps to evaluate that and to be able to bring that evidence to committee and council.
Okay, I note that you used there would have been. Do you actually have a recollection of that happening, or are you trying to piece together things that happened, knowing what you know sitting here today?
Yeah, I'm trying to piece it together, and I'm trying to remember as best I can the kind of the essence of the conversation at a high level. I can say the essence of the conversation was, here's a report. We have a concern around this report that hasn't been shared with others at this point, and what do we do with it? And then the ensuing conversation would have led into legal issues, road safety issues, all of the parameters around all of that. So when I say it would have happened, I would have engineered that kind of conversation to give myself some comfort that the staff were doing what they needed to do to gather the information so that we could provide a full picture at some point to council and to public at large.
Okay. You mentioned that you would have engineered it so that there would be a second look and confirmation of current conditions. Those things did not happen before it went to council. Is that surprising to you sitting here today, that wasn't part of the materials that were first provided to council?
No, I think council needed to have, certainly the overall framework. I think staff were also looking for some direction from council at some point to kind of confirm, steps that needed to be taken. So, they were going to council to get that direction and then follow through on it.
Okay, so your evidence is that on December 18th, you gave staff instruction to go get confirmation of the current conditions of the road and get a second look from a technical expert?
I think it was part of the conversation. They don't take direction from me singularly and solely. That's a council responsibility. So at some point, I told them, let's do this comprehensively to the best degree possible to get it to council, and then we'll see where we go from there. So I would say, what I didn't want to have happen is, that there would be little dribs and drabs of information being shared, at various committees on various different times that didn't include all members of council. So my main takeaway from this meeting, or my main request of our staff at this meeting, was let's ensure that we have as much information as is available to be able to bring that full package to council all at the same time.
Did staff tell you that the consultant SEMA was doing a roadside safety assessment in advance of the repaving? Or is that too in the weeds?
I'm sure that I would have become aware of that. I don't know that was part of the December the 18th meeting.
Okay. Was it clear from the information that staff provided you that there was a possible causal connection between the friction values that Tradewind had found and the collision history on the Red Hill?
Well, there was uncertainty about that. I think that's what this report kind of caused, that uncertainty. And in hindsight, if I'd have been a Gary Moore, I might have asked for a second opinion on that to kind of look at why are these two reports inconsistent. So the inconsistency of it caused concern, and I think you can understand why, or at least I understood why. And we needed to get at least something reliable to kind of be the basis of how we go forward with this.
Yeah, my question was actually probably more basic than that, which was, did you understand that when trade wind report is talking about friction values, that can have an effect on how slippery the road is or how likely collisions were to happen? Did staff convey that to you, or did you already know that conceptually?
I came to know what friction testing is rather quickly. And yes, if the values in this report were the values that actually existed on the road, that may have a detrimental effect on the functioning of the road. So I understood that.
Okay.
But I also understood that there were reports that the previous reporting from Mr. Moore had indicated that there was no concern on that issue. So that inconsistency obviously needed to be rectified somehow through some sort of a process.
So you said earlier that I think your evidence was you can't recall if the FOI request dealing with friction testing came up during the December 18th meeting.
Mm-hmm.
And I think your evidence has just more recently been you were strongly suggesting to staff that they needed to pull a comprehensive package of information together and report to council. Is that right? So on that second point, why was it your view that this information should be provided to council? And just for the moment, when I say council, let's not talk about the forum or the format. I just mean two councilors.
Well, I thought it was important information. Clearly, this was going to be something that we needed to share, not something that we needed to deep six or bury, or not that we would do that anyway. But this seemed to be, important information that council should be aware of, and ultimately, I believe that the community should be aware of, even though it was not, necessarily consistent with information that was previously reported to the committee.
I'm going to suggest to you that staff did tell you that there was an FOI request and that was actually an important consideration in the final decision to report to council. Is that fair?
You asked me to stretch my memory on that meeting. I don't remember FOI coming up at that meeting. It may have been a main motivator for our staff. When I look at it now, I see myself saying, take all the time you need. And you saying that the FOI was the driving motivator for the staff to do this as quickly as possible, with no knowledge of when the FOI would actually be done. So I wasn't motivated by an FOI. Our staff may have been, but certainly that wasn't my motivation at all. And again, on the December the 18th meeting, I don't remember FOI coming up.
Okay, so your evidence today is that you suggested to staff that they should report to council because of the nature of the information, not because there was any other considerations at play.
Correct.
I fear maybe repeating a question, but did staff raise with you that at this meeting that Audit Services was also interested in obtaining a copy of the Tradewin report, or had a copy of the Tradewin report, and that was another avenue in which this information may be made public at some point.
Again, I don't have specific knowledge of that. I mean, we're I'm sitting in a meeting with a shocking piece of information and trying to focus on what next steps ought to be. Did I take note of every detail of what they were putting on the table? Probably not. I have no doubt that if the audit was in process, they would have mentioned that the audit was ongoing. But was it a factor in terms of moving the report forward? Again, I said take all the time you need to do a comprehensive presentation to council, and there may have been other motivators for other people that I was not aware of at that time.
Do you remember any discussion with staff about when staff thought they would be ready to report to councillors?
Not at this meeting. Again, there was some thought about, I think there was some thought about, and I'm learning this after the fact here, so maybe I should speak to it in this way. At this meeting, I don't recall setting a date specific. Again, there was, from my perspective, no sense of urgency because there was some sort of an emergency that needed to be dealt with. Had there been a concern over the safety of the road, things would have moved much more quickly, like within hours and days as opposed to months. What I asked the staff to do was to be comprehensive, gather all the information that you need to paint the appropriate picture for council and then ultimately for disseminating to public.
Okay. So in your mind, you didn't leave, this is almost as you're going off for December holidays, or as all of us tend to take that period off. There was no impression in your mind that this was going to be something to come back to early in 2019?
No. I mean, I didn't have an expectation. I think I think staff needed time to compile with either outside legal counsel or with other consultants in terms of the evaluations that they were heading towards. So that takes time. So I really didn't have an expectation. I wanted to do it as expeditiously as possible, but as thoroughly as possible.
Okay. And did you talk about the to whom or to which committee or council the report would be made? Were you getting into that level of logistics during this meeting?
No, not at this point. That was that was a discussion that was had later on. But at this point, no, it was go gather information.
Okay.
We really hadn't made any determination as to where it was to go.
Okay. You said earlier that you sensed some urgency in Mr. McKinnon's voice when he first reached out to you to arrange this meeting, and that you moved pretty quickly to arrange this meeting. Mm-hmm. Did you have a sense of urgency from staff at the meeting about next steps? No, and I think, when I guess to translate someone's kind of sense of this is an important issue and we need to get to it sooner rather than later, I think, that's an urgency, but not emergency in that sense. And, again, had there been any sense of concern around the safety of the road, that an emergency would have been, a special council meeting, and we would have moved quickly to act to prevent anything from happening, that would have been caused by anything. So I've never had that sense of urgency from the staff at this meeting. The urgency was, this is an outlier report. We need to,
basically wrap our heads around how we're going to work with this report and bring it to council in an appropriate way.
Okay. So the other possible sense of urgency would be if staff needed to provide information to the FOI office and then for eventual release to a requestor. Another sense of urgency would be trying to get that information before council so that council wasn't surprised when it made its way into, for example, the Spectator. That would be another sense of urgency, right?
Sure. You know, and I know that now. You know, you asked me if I was aware of that or felt that at this meeting, and I did not.
Okay.
I did later on, but not at this meeting.
Okay. So maybe we'll talk about that. When later on did you first realize that the FOI request or an FOI request was a factor in the timing to get before councilors?
Yeah, and I'm really not sure about that in terms of the exact time when I was informed of that or how. I'm really not sure as to when that occurred, but you know, probably not long after this meeting.
Okay.
You know, it became evident that there was also an FOI request.
Okay. So do you think it was in December?
No, I don't think so. Although I mean, I really don't know. I really don't know. I couldn't put a date on it if my life depended on it.
That's fine. I know it's very hard to put dates on things. I'll try to give you some events that happen, and perhaps you can tell me if you can then connect them to learning that information. But just in terms of sort of a broader stroke, did you know that there was an FOI request that was motivating getting to in front of the councilors before January 23rd? Which is the date that
I would think so.
Staffers came to council.
I would think so. Yes.
You would think so, or you did?
I think I did.
I think you did. Okay.
I'm not, you know, I'm trying to be as clear as I can, but I'm not trying to avoid your answer or the answer. I believe I did, but I can't say that I could turn my mind back to the 21st to the 22nd of January of that year and say, yeah, that's a eureka moment. That's when I knew. I can't tell you that, but I came to know it.
I'm not suggesting that you're trying to evade the question. It's very common when someone isn't sure if they can remember something that you say, I would have done this or I would have done that, relying on what you know about yourself and your practices. And so I'm just trying to separate out what you actually remember versus what you think you would have done. So that's why I ask when you say I would have done this.
Okay, I'm not sure I can give you greater clarity on that.
Okay, so just in terms, I think one really significant signpost is going to council on the 23rd of January. Ms. Audie provides a legal services report. That report, does talk about the lack of disclosure of the trade-in report. Before that date, or maybe I'll put it this way: do you walk into that council meeting and understand for the first time that there is this FOI request that could be affecting the timing of disclosure?
I would have known before that.
Okay, but you're just not sure when before that?
No.
All right, understood. Okay, so we spent a lot of time on the December 18th meeting. Was there anything else that you have not told the inquiry about that meeting that I haven't asked about?
Don't think so.
Okay. The inquiries received a copy of Mr. Zagarik's calendar reflecting a meeting with you on January 7th. And all it says is meeting city manager and the mayor. Does that assist you in whether you learned at that point on January 7th that there was an FOI request?
No, not really. Yeah, that would have been part of the regular city manager mayor's meetings that we had. There would have been a number of issues on there, and I'm really not clear on whether the issue of the RSVP, FOI request would have been part of the conversation. And I don't specifically remember when I found that out, but this would have been a standard city manager mayor meeting.
Yeah.
Happens, twice monthly. Be a number of issues on the agenda. Because we were in the middle of the RHBP issue, there might have been a conversation around that, or so I don't remember specifically, what was talked about on that issue, but there would have been a number of other issues that we talked about as well.
Okay. Do you recall that you learned about the FOI from Mr. Zagaric, or was it from someone else?
Again, I don't have recollection of that, to be honest. It could have been any number of people that might have, informed me of that. I really just don't recall how I came to know that.
Okay, but you're confident that it was sometime after the December 18th meeting?
Yes.
Okay. Picking up on something that you just said, this standing biweekly or bi-monthly meetings that you had with Mr. Zagaric. He'd been in that role since August of 2018, having taken over from Mr. Murray. Do you recall, did you have standing meetings with him through the fall? It's an election year, if that matters.
We tried to schedule them, every couple of weeks just to stay updated. Were we always successful? Not necessarily. So I'd have to track back on the dates, but typically we would try to make them happen.
There would be no reason why you wouldn't be having standing meetings with Mr. Zagaric through the fall, given his new role as interim city manager. Is that right?
Correct.
And so through those standing meetings and just generally, had you got to know Mr. Zagaric fairly well by January of 2019?
Well, I already knew him fairly well, so
Okay.
I don't think I got reacquainted with Mr. Zagaric. I've known him for many years prior to that.
Maybe I'll put it differently. Was he well settled into his role as interim city manager by then?
Yes.
At least in his dealings with you?
Yeah, I mean, by all accounts, he was performing the role as he should.
Okay.
Although he would ultimately tell me it's a role he would never want to do again, but notwithstanding that, he did a fine job when he did it, and he certainly helped us out in terms of the interim that got us to another city manager for sure.
So between December 2018 and January 23rd, 2019, did you have any other meetings with staff, groups of staff about the Red Hill?
Not to my recollection. No, I would have been relying on them continuing on with the gathering of what information they needed to gather, and we would be working towards some date to bring it to.
Okay. So you weren't meeting with groups of staff. Do you have specific recollection of having discussions with Mr. Zagaric about how they were doing in compiling the comprehensive report you had suggested?
Not specific recollection. Our offices are not far apart, so when we're getting a coffee in the lunchroom, or when we're walking by each other, it might have occurred, a conversation around how's it going, but I don't remember any specific sit-down conversation, with any kind of detail around how things were coming along in terms of the information gathering that they were doing.
Okay, and same question in respect of Mr. McKinnon. Any formal or informal discussions with him in January?
Not that I recall, no.
And what about Ms. Audie?
No. And typically I wouldn't necessarily bump into Ms. Audie on a regular basis. Our offices are quite removed from one another, including Dan McKinnon, quite frankly. So if there were a casual conversation around this, it would likely have been Mr. Zagaric.
Okay. So then in advance of January 23, apart from your sense that you knew about the FOI request at some point, did you learn any other information about staff's work to bring this issue to councillors?
No, not at that point. we're anticipating, kind of the fulsome reporting mechanism. So, leading up to, the council update from a legal perspective on the 23rd, I believe it was.
Mhm.
Beyond that, it was, let's target the, we got into a bit of a debate on, where it should appropriately go with clerks and with staff and actually other members of council. But no, I didn't receive any kind of previous update prior to the 23rd that I'm aware of.
Okay. And that reference to the debate about where it should appropriately go, that was the meeting that happened after the 23rd, right?
Correct. Yeah.
Did you have any involvement in the selection of January 23rd, that council meeting, as the time when staff first reported this issue?
Well, I was aware it was happening, and we did have a conversation around, should we kind of at least give them some preliminary information about what's coming. And it was decided that it would be an appropriate thing to do in an in-camera session of council.
Okay.
But yeah, I would have been. They didn't ask for my approval, but I would have said yes. This is the right thing to do in preparation for a future meeting.
Okay. With whom did you have that conversation that yes, this is an appropriate thing to come to council on the 23rd in an in-camera session to give some preliminary information?
It would have had, likely have been a conversation. Again, I don't recall specifically with Mr. Zagaric and Ms. Hadi, or just Mr. Zagaric saying, here's what we're planning on doing. And, basically saying, okay, let's go.
Okay.
Is it on the agenda? Have you run it through clerks, that kind of thing. So I don't know that I would have had specific knowledge as to what they were going to be putting on the table, other than some legal issues around that. That's why we're in camera.
Mm-hmm.
So it would have been likely Mr. Zagaric and him informing me what the plan was, and obviously, agreeing to it being an appropriate first step.
Okay, but it wasn't, they were not seeking your approval. This is staff making a direction to bring something to council. Is that right?
Correct.
So you didn't walk in on January 23rd completely cold about this, this issue?
No.
Did you have any other details about the content that was going to be provided besides the fact that it was coming from legal?
No, and that's always a bit of an issue. I mean, I was given a heads up on the content of the concern around a report. Obviously, that was December the 18th.
Mm-hmm.
Beyond that, it was really about gathering the information so that all members of council could be made aware of that. So I was a lot concerned about getting this out in dribs and drabs, or with just a few people, or just a few people here for members of council. I thought my view was get everybody on the same page at the same time.
Did you review a draft of the legal report that was presented really as a walk-on report on January 23rd?
No. I wouldn't expect that to happen. I wouldn't ask for that to happen. I'd be, one member of council that should be hearing this for the first time.
Okay.
In a general sense.
Before January 23rd and that meeting, did you receive any other briefing notes from staff on the issue of the Red Hill or the Trade Wind report? But we don't have any documents. I will take you to any documents we might have.
I'm not aware of any, and I would not generally go looking for updates from people. When I know that they're in the process of doing their work, it's the kind of micromanaging I like to avoid. Okay. So I have confidence in the competence and the kind of the follow through that city manager and other department heads are prepared to make.
Okay.
On most issues, and certainly on this issue, my expectation was they're doing what they need to do, and we'll find out in due course what they've come up with.
I'm going to run through a few other types of documents. It may be the same answer, but just to ensure that I understand and the inquiry has your evidence on this. Did you review any consultant reports that were prepared from before 2018 at any point between December 18th and January 23rd?
No,
What about consultant reports that were prepared in 2018 or in 2019?
not beforehand, not. I didn't ask for any information from our staff ahead of time, ahead of the full briefing that happened on February 6th.
And did that include copies of the Tradewin report and the Golda report? You did not
No.
ask for copies of those,
I did not.
and you did not receive them.
I didn't ask for them and did not receive them.
Okay. In respect of the FOI request, did you at some point get an update that the Tradewin report was at least in process in the FOI office to get released? You know, were you kept up to date in terms of the timing on that path?
And that's something that we would not at all do. FOI is running independently on their own timeline, and no one should be interfering in terms of their work to exercise the freedom of information request. So no, I would not ask for the timeline, nor would I be aware of the timeline. Nor was it an issue for me, as I think I mentioned earlier. I want comprehensive information from our staff. I didn't want them to be driven by, other factors, but clearly other factors were part of the process for sure.
Thank you. Commissioner, I am in your hands, but I am moving on to another topic, the January 23rd council meeting. I expect that that's going to take some time. And I wonder whether it would be appropriate to break 15 minutes before our usual lunch break, come back 15 minutes early, and then attempt to finish off my examination before the afternoon break.
Unless anyone has any objection, I'm happy to do that. We would break now and then return at 2:00 on the dot. In the absence of any objections, we're adjourned until 2:00.
Thank you. Registrar, could you put me into a breakout room with council, please? May I proceed?
Yes, please do.
Thank you. Mayor Eisenberger, we're going to turn now to the January 23rd council meeting. Registrar, could you bring up HAM 26234, please?
Sorry, Council, did you say 214?
I said 26234. Except I'm totally misspoke. I'm sorry. That's a typo. It's HAM 62634.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you. Can you bring up the next image as well, please? Registrar, could you bring up the next image as well? Thank you.
Sorry, it was struggling to bring up the next image. I apologize.
We all seem to be struggling after lunch. All right, back to it. Mayor Eisenberger, so this is the closed session minutes from the council meeting on January 23rd. And you'll see the very first line. It's a closed session discussion respecting potential litigation update that began at 9:43 p.m. And then you'll see on the second page that the council rose from the closed session at 10:45 p.m. and reconvened the open session. Does that accord with your recollection that you were in closed session for about an hour?
Yes.
Okay. Registrar, you can close the second image. Thank you. So there's not much detail in here, but there is a reference to receiving subject matter pertaining to litigation or potential litigation. And you're present. A number of other counselors are present, and then there are a number of staff members and clerks present. Again, does that accord with your recollection of who attended the closed session meeting?
Yes.
On the bottom in the substance of the minutes, it says Ms. Audie addressed council and provided a verbal update respecting the potential litigation update. Do you remember, besides Ms. Audie, did anyone else provide oral comments during the closed session?
I don't recall that. No.
Okay. In addition to the oral verbal update that Ms. Audie provided, she also presented a litigation update. Do you remember that?
Generally, yeah.
Okay. Registrar, can you bring up HAM 61921, please? Thank you. This is a 4-page document. These are the first 2 pages. Do you recall receiving this litigation update, LS 19007?
Specifically, no, but yes, I'm sure I did.
Okay. Do you remember whether you received a copy of this in advance of attendance at the council meeting or during the council meeting?
I think we would have received it during the council meeting.
Okay.
I don't recall receiving any documentation prior to.
Okay. You'll see at the bottom of the left-hand image, it says executive summary. Registrar, could you bring up executive summary, including the paragraph that's on image 2? Thank you. So you'll see the executive summary says the purpose of this report is to advise council of the potential of litigation arising out of a release of city records relating to friction testing as a result of a freedom of information request. So just further to our your evidence before lunch, you said at some point before January 23rd, you were aware of this freedom of information request. Is that right?
Mm-hmm. Right.
And it goes on to say it's not known at the writing of this report whether the information that is the friction testing would be released to the requester in advance of the city bringing a scheduled report to the Public Works Committee on February 4th. Were you aware before January 23rd that staff's plan was to bring a scheduled report to the Public Works Committee on February 4th, but to provide this litigation update on January 23rd?
Don't know that I would have been aware of that on January 23rd. That's a kind of an iteration that happened thereafter. So, and there was some discussion around that issue in terms of where it should land and how. So at this moment in time, I would not have tweaked on the fact that it was going to Public Works. Actually, I mean, it's right in the recommendation here, or right in the summary here. But we had a further conversation around how to ensure that everyone on council gets the same information at the same time, and that kind of led to a further discussion around where it should more appropriately go, as opposed to Public Works. And Public Works being 7 members of council or 6 members of council, whereby only they would be knowledgeable of the fulsomeness of the report that is being referred to here for delivery.
Sorry to interrupt you. So we know, the inquiry knows that this plan is not ultimately what happened, that bringing the scheduled report to PwC on February 4th.
Mm-hmm.
But I think I'm hearing your evidence is before January 23rd, you weren't aware that that's what the staff's plan was.
No.
Okay. In the second box that's blown out, it says it's important for council to be aware of the potential litigation resulting from this release, and that staff are bringing a full report to committee and council in early February. Did this 2-step process of doing this litigation update on January 23rd and then doing a full report using the words from this report, did that accord with your preference to have a complete package brought to the councillors?
Yes, I would see this as just a kind of a high level, introduction to an issue that's percolating that they should be aware of, and that I no doubt the concern expressed in this piece was that we don't know whether or not there's going to be an FOI release and whether or not that hits the media or who asked for it. We're not privileged to know that information. So from that perspective, I think it was wise to give council at least a high level knowledge of potentially what's coming a little later on.
Okay, Registrar, you can close these call outs, please. And if you can call out the bottom half of the image on the right-hand side. In the third paragraph, the fourth paragraph, it says that Mr. Maguire, appointed as Director of Engineering Services, reviewed the status of the work being proposed on the RTVP, and in late September 2018 became aware of the draft report that included the friction testing. Was that information that had already been conveyed to you?
So he became aware of the report that was not known to them. That was made aware of. I was made aware of that at the meeting in December the 18th.
You were made aware that it was Mr. Maguire who found the report, and that it was during his orientation into that role, he reviewed the status, and in September it was when he became aware. All of those pieces of information were conveyed to you.
I don't know that I was made. I don't know that I was made aware of all the specific details on how the report was discovered. I was just made aware that there was a report, And I think Mr. McGuire was identified as the person that discovered it initially. Beyond that, I don't know. I don't recall that there were any specifics
Okay,
given to me on December the 18th in terms of exactly how and when and what.
thank you. So the next paragraph says Mr. McGuire stopped exploring the opportunity to potentially rehabilitate their RHVP using hot in place recycling. Pardon me, I forgot a key point. As a result of this report, he stopped exploring. Was that information that was conveyed to you on December the 18th?
No.
Registrar, you can close this. And if you can bring up images 3 and 4, please. Can you call out the bottom half of the left-hand image from analysis and rationale down? So there's a reference here to the UK standard and the friction levels being below or well below the relevant UK standard, and the contrast that the link had friction values that were all comfortably above the UK standard. Had that information, that is the difference between the friction values on the link and the Red Hill, been conveyed to you at the December 18th meeting?
Well, I mean, they identified that there was an inconsistency in the information for sure. You know, the latter half of this statement also indicates that the trade report is generally not recognized in Canada, or the UK standard is not recognized in Canada. So, you know, all of that I think was relayed to me on December the 18th in some fashion or another. That there was some inconsistency in terms of our incompatibility in the report that they discovered as opposed to what was previously indicated by Mr. Moore in you know, previous meetings.
Thank you. I'm going to reframe my question because I don't know if it was clear. Was it conveyed to you that the link had quite good friction values and the Red Hill did not, according to the trade wind report?
I don't think it was kind of put in those terms, actually. So I really don't recall them making a comparison between the two, other than the Red Hill Valley Parkway was more curvy and had more access points, and the link was straight and had less access points in terms of operational ability. So I don't remember them making comparison between skid resistance between the link and the RHVP.
The next paragraph says the concern is that the trade report was not shared with other city staff at the time. As a result, subsequent reports and analysis of the condition of the Red Hill did not reference this report. And then there's a portion that is redacted for solicitor-client privilege. And then it goes on to say, in addition, the trade report and its content on friction testing have not been consistently addressed in the media, and therefore the release may have some reputational impact on the city. Did you understand from Ms. Audie's presentation that the concern from staff was that the trade report had not been shared and that there was inconsistency? Were those the two primary concerns that staff had?
Well, I mean, it was a concern once they saw the report. I guess I'm not sure that their prior knowledge, not being aware of a report, would have had a concern around the friction tests on the road. So I guess I'm once you have information that is inconsistent, I think everyone needs to respond to that at some level or another, and especially in terms of litigation. And I have no doubt that Ms. Audie was looking after the interests of the corporation, knowing what I felt initially when I heard it, which was, obviously the folks that have had, incidents on the road will turn their mind to this report as, evidence of, whatever they claim the cause of that would have been. So I think it would have been reasonable for her to assume that this is going to have some potential litigation impact coming out of any public dissemination of this information.
How did the counselors, apart from you, those who were hearing it from the first time, how did they react to the information that Ms. Audie presented on January 23rd?
There was frustration and dismay, especially from those that were on the Public Works Committee that might have asked questions about, the roadway, at Public Works Committee meetings. I think that you referenced to directly to Mr. Moore. And we're told, on numerous occasions, no issues with the roadway, all was well. Cause of accidents are varied, and there are many different potential causes for accidents. It was not deemed to be the roadway or the surface of the roadway, according to Mr. Moore back when they had their Public Works meeting. So those councillors, having read this information, were quite frustrated and quite disturbed, quite angry, I would say, that this information hadn't surfaced or hadn't been followed up on. And certainly my view was if Mr. Moore had this information and it was not consistent with what he'd already had in hand, why didn't he get a second opinion or follow up with someone else to kind of verify or deny the information that he was looking at relative to the UK standard?
Did you perceive any difference in the reaction among the newly appointed councillors versus returning councillors?
Yes, and their reaction had more to, inferred, something to the tune of, shouldn't somebody have known, and didn't you, former councillors in the previous council, were you not aware of this? And there was more of that kind of response from the new councillors, and some hints and suggestions that somehow this was deep sexed to protect against some election results. None of which was true in my mind. I don't believe to be true at all. But those were some of the kind of the inferences or comments that the newer members of council might have alluded to.
So you've given evidence today that certainly your view was that if Mr. Moore had this information and it was not consistent with what he understood about the roadway, that he should go get a second opinion or follow up to verify or deny the information relative to this UK standard.
Mm-hmm.
Did any of the staff in the closed session on the 23rd raise with you what steps could be taken to do that second follow-up? Or pardon me, to do a follow-up or get a second opinion?
Yeah, I'm not sure that happened at this point. I think that's something that was brought to the February the 6th meeting. So I'm pretty sure that wasn't the end result of this meeting. That was yet to come, I think, in February the 6th.
Okay. Did council express concern about whether the roadway was safe or not, given the information that Ms. Audie provided in this report?
I would suggest that councillors would have asked the same questions I would have asked, which is, is there any immediate concern on the roadway from the staff present here? My recollection is that the answer was consistent with what I heard December the 18th, which is no. There's no emergency issue here. There's no cause for alarm, but there is this inconsistent report, and we need to follow through on that.
Do you recall who answered that question?
Specifically, I do not, although it would likely have been either Mr. McKinnon, and I'm not sure that Mr. Soldo was in this in-camera meeting. I'm not sure about that, or Mr. McGuire. I don't recall. You might have a list of attendees there, but that message would have come probably from Dan McKinnon.
Yeah, Mr. Soldo was not there, but you don't have a clear recollection of that question being answered and that answer being given by Mr. McKinnon. No,
not clear recollection of that. I'm surmising that the question would have been asked, and I'm also surmising that Mr. McKinnon would be the likely one to answer that question.
Registrar, can you close this call out and this document and go to OD9A, page 357 and 358, please. Thank you. So on January 30th, Ms. Audie and Mr. Sabot had a discussion with Mr. Bogosian, and his notes are transcribed at the top of page 358. Registrar, can you pull out the box at the top of page 358? So his notes reflect their discussion. You, of course, were not part of this discussion, but he jotted down, council quite concerned about the situation, haven't given the trade wind report. Council wants to know, and then there's two things here. If Brian Malone / SEMA had the trade wind report, if there's anything else SEMA thinks it needs to be done to address safety slipperiness as an interim measures pending repavement. And then in the next row, council is concerned about Gary Moore's judgment, honesty, trustworthiness with them in the past. So recognizing these are notes that happened after the fact, I interpret them to be that this is a reflection coming out of the January 23rd meeting. Did council ask whether Mr. Malone or SEMA had a copy of the trade wind report during the January 23rd meeting?
I don't remember that specifically, but it's very possible that someone had mentioned it or asked about it.
Is it possible, sort of more generally, not perhaps with reference to SEMA by name, but do you recall any questions about whether consultants who were involved with assessing the safety of the Red Hill had been given a copy of the trade wind report at any point?
I don't remember that specifically coming up, but it's reasonable that it would, given the circumstances. But I don't really have specific knowledge of that coming up.
Okay, so you're not confident either way whether that was raised. You're not confident in your memory.
No, and quite often, staff will use council as the kind of the motivator to get information. So they directed by council or asked by council to get this and this, may motivate other people to take the request more seriously. So if I don't know if a council member actually drove that. It may be an interpretation from city staff that made the kind of in the context of all the discussions that happened, discerned that this was something that would have come out as part of that discussion. I don't remember somebody specifically standing up and saying, by the way, did Mr. Malone have the SEMA trade wind report?
Okay. Do you remember something perhaps more general about ensuring that city consultants who were giving advice, or pardon me, who had given advice in the past, were now given a copy of the trade wind report?
Again, I don't specifically remember that, but it makes perfect sense that would be a topic that would come up.
Okay. The second point is if there's anything that SEMA, the consultant, thinks needs to be done to address safety as an interim measure. Do you recall any of the councillors making inquiries about whether anything needed to be done in the interim before repaving in the spring?
I would say, given the concerns expressed in the report that we're seeing, that virtually all of the councillors would have expressed that.
Okay, and do you remember them giving direction to staff to go make sure that SEMA was asked whether any interim measures should be done?
I don't remember an actual motion in terms of direction, but I remember the conversation, was kind of mutually agreed that this is a step that had to be taken to either, provide confidence in the road from a party that had expertise in this area, or identify any concerns that there may be. So it was kind of a generally accepted, next step that had to occur.
Do you recall if that discussion was specific to SEMA or if it was more along the lines of the evidence you gave earlier that getting a second opinion or getting a follow-up would be helpful?
Yeah, it's more on that line. I don't know that any of us would have been terribly familiar with all the variables in terms of who reported to whom when. So it was more a general view of get more information. Let's satisfy ourselves that even though the staff believe there is nothing wrong with the road, let's make 100% sure by using some other authority or an authority to give us that information.
Was there some lack of confidence in the staff's sense that the road was safe, that the councillors wanted to ensure that there was a second independent set of eyes on this issue?
I don't know there was a lack of confidence in the existing staff. There was a lack of confidence in, or maybe some mistrust of what Mr. Moore had shared with members of council previously, and what we were seeing now in a SEMA report, or a Tradewind report. So there's some doubt, and whenever you're in doubt, you want to have that doubt removed or at least confirmed. And so the effort was, please staff, do this, have it confirmed or have it denied. So I'm not sure anybody was walking around saying, I don't trust you to do this work. I think for the people that were in the room that were bringing the information, and there was some respect for the fact that someone saw something that they didn't think was quite right and actually brought it to the table, as opposed to what he could have done, I suppose, is deep six the report, never to see the light of day. So there's some respect for the fact that the staff were bringing it forward, as opposed to finding ways of deep sixing. And not that they would, but someone could have. Gary Moore clearly didn't believe the value of the report and put it away. It said it was not helpful for his purposes. So could the existing director of engineering done the same? He could have.
Mr. Bogosian's notes say there's a reference to council be concerned about Mr. Moore's judgment, honesty, and trustworthiness with them in the past. Apart from the evidence that you've already given, and I think you've inferred a few times that the concerns about Mr. Moore providing information earlier and it now being inconsistent with the Tradewind report. Was there anything else that came out in the January 23rd meeting where council had concerns about his judgment, honesty, or trustworthiness?
No, I was really aligned to this specific incident, and previous to that, I think Mr. Moore was well regarded and respected and appreciated for his work. Had been at the city a long time, and I think he was known to be direct and sometimes a little gruff, but a talented and experienced engineer that people believed was sharing accurate and credible information. So there was prior to this, there was nothing that would indicate any mistrust or a sense of dishonesty or any judgment on Mr. Moore's part, other than competent and working well for the city of Hamilton.
Registrar, can you close this and can you open HAM 62094, please? And can you call out the text on that document, please? So, Mr. Mayor, this is a document that Mr. Zagaric and Ms. Audie and Ms. Fontana, Director of HR, it was part of an email exchange that they were having, and it's described as an action plan. It's from emails 2 days after the January 23rd council meeting, and there's 3 categories here that I'll suggest to you are things that we're sitting on with Ms. Audie, Ms. Zagaric, Mr. Zagaric, and Ms. Fontana coming out of the January 23rd meeting. The first is employee considerations. Just looking at that. Do you recall coming out of or at the January 23rd meeting that council instructed staff to inquire into employee considerations as they related to the trade wind report lack of disclosure?
I don't know that that was direction from council. I clearly, I mean, I recall having asked about that, a little time later, but at this moment in time, it was, I think, the staff kind of making some assessments of, considerations they needed to deal with that were the outfall of, the conversations that happened on January 23rd. So I would say, a conversation with Mr. Moore was in the offing and necessary, and there was a need to, at some level, like keep him engaged and aware of what was going on in terms of the employee relationship, and I think that was a need. So from that perspective, I would say this would be a normal kind of action plan, staffing action plan approach that would guide them in terms of how they're going to deal with these issues going forward.
The second is technical/engineering safety, an action plan to assess technical review with third party. Ms. Audie has given testimony to the inquiry that this the first three bullets there referred to council's inquiries about to have SEMA provide information about questions for the next meeting. Does that accord with your recollection of I don't want to use instructions or directions, but the game plan coming out of January 23rd?
I think it was part of the overall discussion on the 23rd by members of council and staff. And I think what you're seeing here is kind of their interpretation of what the needs were going to be for a future more fulsome detailed meeting around all the aspects around the roadway and the legal issues and everything else that was involved.
Do you recall on January 23rd if there was discussions about staff creating a communications plan in order for the disclosure of the trade wind report and information that gave context to that disclosure?
There was discussion around that communications once the issue became a public matter, whenever that would happen, there needed to be a kind of a communications plan mapped out by staff and others to help guide those that are going to be speaking to the issue. And at some point in time thereafter, I think Dan McKinnon and myself were identified as the kind of the lead spokespersons for this issue. So my interest would have been let's fashion a communications plan sooner rather than later, at least have a foundation of one so that, if and when it's needed, it's ready to go.
Thank you. Last question before we move on from January 23rd. Did you understand that the process coming out of this was going to the Public Works Committee meeting, or by the end of the January 23rd, had there been another path for the next meeting that you had developed?
No, not at that point. That only got triggered when I actually found out that it was going on to the Public Works Committee, and certainly, having thought it through, over a bit of time, I had the opportunity to kind of think about what's the best way to kind of manage or the best way to bring this to all members of council. I didn't think, in hindsight, that Public Works was the right place for that to go. So at this point, it wasn't really clear as to where it was going to go next, although it was inferred in one of the documents that it would be Public Works. Never twigged. I didn't twig a kind of concern at the time for me, but thereafter, when they officially decided to bring it to Public Works, my concern was heightened.
Okay, thank you. Registrar, you can close this down, and if you can go to OD9A, page 342. And you'll see at the bottom of this page, paragraph 805, on January 25, Ms. Davenport sent a calendar invitation for the February 4th Public Works Committee meeting to various staff members and council members of that, the Public Works Committee. I think those are all council members of that committee. So I think you said, when it became official, I'm not sure if the calendar invitation makes it official, but I wanted to give you just that context before we move on. I don't have a question about it.
Mhm.
Registrar, can you now go to HAM 54311? And if you can start at image 3, please. So there's some back and forth that we're not going to start with about actually getting some reports to Public Works Committee. But what I'd like to direct you to is on January 25, the email from Alicia Davenport. Registrar, can you pull out the email that's at the top of, yeah, exactly. So this is an email from Ms. Davenport to Mr. McKinnon. And it says, as discussed, the annual collision report has been removed from the February 4, 2019 Public Works Committee agenda. And it says all 3 reports, there's reports referenced below, have been provided to Stephanie Paparella for inclusion in the GIC agenda. Registrar, can you close this? And can you go to image 2 and 3, please? So we're just going to work our way up these emails. Ms. Paparella responds, thanks, Alicia. I have all 3 and they'll be included in the February 6th GIC agenda. And then on the left-hand side at the bottom at 4:23, Ms. Paparella then responds and says, I just spoke to Nicole, which I think is Ms. Audie, and I'm not going to put these 3 reports to the February 6th GIC agenda. I'm going to hold them in my cabinet. Mr. McKinnon says, sounds like I'm a passenger waiting for a plan. And Mr. Zagaric says, I believe the mayor will be requesting a special GIC. I'll confirm with the mayor on Monday. And then Ms. Paparella, now we're at the top of the left-hand side, says on January 28, Mr. Mayor, if you'd like a special GIC regarding this matter, I can try to arrange it for this Friday. And now, Registrar, if you can go to image 1 and 2, please. So you then write to your chief of staff, the bottom of the left-hand side, and say, can you follow up and find out why, what, and why? And then it says, Michael advised of the details, and going up to the top of that, Mr. Garrick says, the counselors are asking for a special GIC, happy to discuss further with the mayor and yourself. And then she responds to you, Mike says it was requested by the counselors. So that was a bit of a chain. But on just starting on that point, you said earlier in your evidence today that it's your authority or 2/3 of council to have a special GIC. Yes, just confirming that evidence.
Yes. Yeah.
And at this point, January 25 to 28, it wasn't in your mind personally that you were going to do a special GIC on this issue. Is that right?
Correct.
Registrar, can you close this and go into HAM 62876? So these email chains spread into various chains. So this is somewhat related. Registrar, can you bring up the next image as well? So we're still on January 28th, and you can see at the bottom of this chain where it starts, you email Mr. Zagaric and say, just heard about this request for a special meeting. Please advise of the need and what we expect to have as an outcome. And then Mr. Zagaric and Registrar, can you pull this out? It's the bottom of the left-hand side.
Thank you. My eyes are strained to be able to read that.
Yes.
The glasses aren't powerful enough.
Mr. Zagarek says, at a meeting on Friday, so that would have been the Friday before the 28th, so the 25th, Councillors Marula, Collins, and Jackson suggested that the 3 reports that were going to go to the February 4th Public Works Committee meeting should be pulled and brought to a special GIC for a potential in-camera discussion. And then Mr. Zagarek sets out the aspects of, or the topics for that special GIC. Registrar, can you close that? Registrar, could you bring up the, call out the top half of this now, at the left-hand side? So you respond, the GIC on the 6th or so, there is a GIC on the 6th or so with a lean agenda. Can we not make it an item for that agenda rather than a special meeting? Mr. Zagarek says that the councillors were concerned about staff reports being public for days before staff had an opportunity to speak to them at committee. Okay, so we've gone through some of that back and forth. Now I have some questions. Registrar, you can close that call out. First, Mr. Zagarek references a meeting with councillors Marula, Jackson, and Collins in which they requested a special meeting. Were you aware that Mr. Zagarek was going to meet with a subset of councillors about this Red Hill issue?
No, and I'm not at all clear whether Mr. Zagarek set out to meet with a subset of councillors. That's very possible that they were sought him out to meet with him. So, you know, it's very possible that they walked into his office and, you know, shared some thoughts and concerns with him. So I'm not sure how it happened. After the fact, I was not pleased to hear that it happened, but it happened nonetheless, and we're going to deal with that going forward.
What were your concerns about the prudence of having this discussion between Mr. Zagarek and the councillors?
Well, to the same point of having all members of council have the same information at the same time, it seemed to me that that was kind of falling apart a little bit. So, you know, my hope and wish was that we would have everybody in the room and everybody getting the same information collectively. To start piecemealing this, you know, gets complicated, and obviously it gets more difficult to ensure that all members of council feel like they are respected in the same way. And I think that's an issue for me as mayor. That may not be an issue for a councillor whose, you know, sole responsibility might be is next to his roadway. And I think these 3 councillors were all adjoining the roadway. So I understand their heightened concern, but the reality was that this was a concern for the entire council. And I was hoping and preferring that all of council will get the same information at the same time.
Did you express your displeasure at Mr. Zagarek meeting with a subset of councillors to Mr. Zagarek?
No, I don't think so. I mean, I just took it for what it was, and then proceeded on with angling towards what I thought was a better approach in terms of delivering the information at a subsequent GIC meeting that was already in place. So, you know, if I took exception to, you know, every you know, nuanced issue that happened around the council table, I'd be a very bitter, angry, you know, old mayor. And so I try not to take all of these things to heart, and try to focus on what I thought was the bigger picture, which is let's set a date that made sense as part of our regular process, and we didn't really need to identify this as special. This would be just a regular agenda issue on a GIC agenda.
Did you share the councillor's concern as expressed by Mr. Zagarek about staff reports being public for days before the staff had an opportunity to speak to them at committee?
I didn't have that concern, you know, largely because much of the reporting was initially to be done in camera because of potential litigation issues. So, you know, it was not a major concern for me. Not sure why it was a major concern for the councillors. I do know that in one of the concerns that I heard, and I'm not sure how I heard it, but I did hear that they were angling towards a forensic audit, which, in my mind, suggested some level of criminality, which I thought was completely inappropriate. So, part of my pushback was let's not let that, start to take hold. And let's get back to, getting all the information gathered at one moment in time with all members of council.
Okay, so that issue of that sort of a forensic review, how did that relate to which forum would be appropriate to hear this? I'm confused about the connection between that issue of potentials or criminality or forensic issues and where and whether it should be heard at a special meeting or not.
Yeah, I think it's all tied together. I wouldn't single out any one item in all of this. Obviously, there were some members of council trying to direct, where this was to go, and that didn't include, all members of council. I had the ultimate authority in terms of whether or not we would request a special meeting, and I declined to do so. And so then the question was, where should this appropriately go? In the mix of all of that, forensic audit was thrown on the table, some heightened concern from some members of council, prepared to, do the blame game, quickly and fast and in a hurry. And I wanted to, slow that down and get all the facts on the table before we made any functional decisions about what needed to happen going forward. So all of that was in the mix. And I wouldn't single it out to any one issue that drove a change in the agenda situation. It was a whole collection of things, including the fact that I wasn't there at the time and couldn't really have I was communicating by text message and might have made a couple of phone calls, but it was I was in Ottawa and I was not in Hamilton, and so I couldn't really kind of get a hold of folks directly and have a more fulsome conversation around this. So it was all of that in the mix.
Thank you. In terms of the concerns expressed by the councillors, if these reports were already on the PwC meeting agenda, would councillors be able to go in camera with them? Was there a concern about a sort of the ability to go in camera if they were at PwC?
Well, it would have been in camera at Public Works in any event. So it was, okay. For me, it was more about how many people would have eyes on, as opposed to all members of council, as opposed to 7 members of the Public Works Committee. And going back to that, central theme for me was everybody at the same time.
Understood. Registrar, can you bring up HAM 45330, please? HAM 45330. I think that is not what I'm looking for. Let's try again. HAM 54330. There we go. You have a back and forth with Ms. Pepperella, where on January 30th, and Mr. Zagaric is on most of these emails as well. Registrar, can you pull out the top half of the right-hand side, please? So you say in this back and forth about getting it onto the GIC agenda on February 6th, it would be helpful to have them all done at one time and then a media strategy prepared for public release, which I sense the councillors would like to get ahead of this issue. So I think you've already addressed that point. But you also say there's a concern that the open reports will trigger the media interest and questions. on that issue, which open reports were you talking about? Open reports at Public Works?
So whatever the open reports would have been on Public Works, and at this moment, I'm not even clear what they would have been at this moment, but there would have been, an open, I imagine some open reporting, and then, a lot of in-camera reporting at Public Works. So in any event, rather than having some of it happen at Public Works and some of it happening at GIC or General Issues Committee, I still believe and still do believe that it was important to have them all done at the same time.
Okay, and you wanted to do that and figure out the logistics of getting it before GIC in a way that was not going to provide knowledge in advance of the GIC. Is that fair? I mean, knowledge to the media.
No, I mean, GIC agenda report would have been publicized like any other report would have been. So there's no, I'm not sure what you're inferring there. I mean, was I trying to not have some of the open reports? I'm not sure what you're trying to refer.
I'm just referencing the reference here. There's a concern that open reports will trigger the media interest and questions. Just before you answer, there's another reference as well. Registrar, can you close this down and go to image 1 of this document? At the very bottom, Mayor Eisenberger's email right there. Yeah. You also say, I hear they are not on the Public Works agenda, hopefully. I think that's in respective reports. I do not want to be in a position to refer from Public Works. So my question was really joining those two things. Did you have a concern that having to move from Public Works to GIC might trigger some knowledge to the media that this was going before GIC that otherwise would not happen?
No, and if I recall correctly, I don't think the Public Works Committee agenda had been published just yet. Therefore, it would not have been a known entity, but I'm not 100% certain about that.
Okay.
So from a public perception, they would not have yet seen any reports on Public Works, I don't believe. And so moving them from Public Works would have been an inside, move as opposed to a public move around having removed some reports off of that agenda and put it on GIC.
Okay. And then as appropriate for in-camera proceedings, whatever would be appropriate would be on the agenda for GIC.
Yes.
Okay. Registrar, you can close this. You can close the whole document. And if you can go to OD 10A, starting with page 8, please. So starting at the top of this page, and Registrar, just really for ease of our eyes at this stage in the day, can you call out paragraph 15 to 16, please? So Mayor, I'm going to take you through just to give you some reorientation to the information that Council received at GIC. So GIC met on February 6th at 9:30 a.m. Just stopping there, I know that this council or this GIC meeting goes quite late into the night. Is that common when you have a GIC that they can be very lengthy?
They can be. I mean, one of the that had not been the practice previously. That was a bit more efficient, but we had new members of council, and that certainly generated a lot more comments and questions. So, meetings went on, considerably longer than had been the practice in the past.
Okay. So there were, and you were there and you chaired in the usual course.
Actually, Councillor Collins chaired. I didn't. I never chair the General Issues Committee. It would be the deputy mayor of the day.
I see.
That
You
would
said
have
that
been
earlier.
Councillor Collins at the moment.
Thank you. There were two Red Hill related reports that were included in the agenda. Registrar, could you close this? And can you open HAM 12743? And then go to image 3. And you'll see at the top, there's reference to 3 different reports. Registrar, could you pull out 10.4, 10.5, and 10.6 in the top half of this document? Mr. Mayor, do you recall receiving at this council meeting the annual collision report, quite a lengthy update prepared by Mr. Solder and Mr. McGuire, and then also a speed limit reduction feasibility study report?
I do.
Registrar, you can close this document. Thank you. And if you could bring up HAM 62635 and go to image, start with image 1. So this is the closed session minutes. Registrar, could you go to image 2 now? Actually, if you could bring up image 2 and image 3, that would be great. So again, Mr. Mayor, I'm just trying to orient you back to all the information that you received at this council meeting, both in closed and open session. So this is the closed session minutes, and it reflects receiving a roads audit update from the auditor. See that on the left-hand side?
Mhm.
Do you remember receiving that?
Yes.
And then a report from legal services, a litigation and review assessment.
Mhm. Correct.
Registrar, you can close that down. And then the final thing is there was a presentation that was provided via a slide deck. Registrar, can you bring up HAM 61920? And if you can go to image 2 and image 3, please. Do you recall being presented with this slide deck and the presenters that are listed here, Mr. McKinnon, Mr. Brown, Ms. Audie, and Mr. Hertel?
I do.
Okay. So I think we've gone through a bit of the paperwork to get onto the questions. First question, did you receive the reports that I just went through? That is the speed limit study report and the report PW 18008A, the one that was about a number of different matters, but the Golder report and the status of the Parkway and the annual collision report. Did you get all of those in advance of the GIC meeting?
I'd have to separate out the public reports from the in-camera reports, and the public reports, I would assume, were all delivered ahead of time and made public, as public reports ought to be. The in-camera ones, I believe, were delivered to us and given to us at the beginning of the in-camera session.
In hard copy.
Sorry?
In hard copy.
In hard copy, as I recall, yes.
And what about the slide deck? Did you get a hard copy of this slide deck?
No, I don't believe we did, although some might have asked for it, but I'm not sure that it was offered up as a hard copy. It was a slide deck presentation that that the city staff or the staff kind of walked through for better understanding timelines, etc. So I don't believe there was a hard copy delivered on this presentation.
Okay. There were a number of resolutions that were made at GIC and later ratified at council. Registrar, could you close this out and go into OD9A, page 15? Pardon me, I misspoke. 10A, page 15. And can you bring up 16 as well? Thank you. So, Mr. Mayor, I will take you through very briefly some of these resolutions, but I'm going to ask some questions as I go through that process. And the first is trying to understand during the closed session, did you receive all of those reports and information and then get the presentation from staff? Like just in terms of the chronology of how you received information.
Talking about the open session reports?
Yeah, so you get the open session reports and then you go into the closed session. And then there's the legal services report and the audit services report, you get those. And then the presentation starts, that slide deck that we were just looking at.
Absolutely, yes.
Yeah. Okay. And coming out of GIC, as we'll go through in a moment, there was a number of resolutions. Did council hold making resolutions until they'd gone through the entirety of the presentations and the reports?
Yes.
Do we try to do it holistically?
Typically, yes. Yeah.
Okay. So amongst the resolutions that came out of this GIC meeting are one, the development of terms of reference for a functional design. So just looking at page 15, in the middle of the page, there's a reference to the resolution. Registrar, can you go to—
How about item 5 here?
Yeah, you're very close, Registrar, where it says item 5A. That's right, thank you. Do you recall the staff rationale for developing terms of reference for a functional design for the link in the Red Hill?
Yes.
Do you remember what that was related to? Maybe I'll put this differently. Was that related to the disclosure of the Tradewind report and the Golder report?
Not specifically. I think it was more of the kind of what's the longer term status of the Parkway and the link, and are we going to start a terms of reference for the future design of the roadway? So I don't know that they were particularly linked to the Tradewinds report. It was just a desire to get on with future design work for these two facilities.
Thank you. Registrar, you can close that call out. And if you can call out the speed limit reduction feasibility study, it's item 6 on the right-hand side. So this speed limit reduction feasibility study, staff recommended that the existing speed limit be reduced to 80 kilometers an hour. And that was even though SEMA's speed limit study did not make that recommendation. Do you remember receiving information from staff about the difference between staff recommendations and the consultant's recommendations?
Yes. Yeah.
And was that related to the low friction values that had been found in the trade wind report?
I wouldn't say that. I would say it had, everything to do with the belief that the speed, the stated speed on the Red Hill Valley Parkway wasn't being adhered to and was, being exceeded significantly. And there was a desire to, slow it down significantly. So, even though the recommended design speed was 90, I think from the consultant, it was believed that city staff had a better handle on what was needed there because they, worked it and lived it every day. And the city staff had recommended 80, and I decided that 80 was the number that they supported for the Parkway in the near future.
Okay, Registrar, you can close this, and if you can go to page 18, please. This is the last of the resolutions I'm going to take you to, and then I have some more general questions.
Mm-hmm.
If you can call out number 9, please. Thank you. So one of the resolutions was that the Director of Audit Services be directed to conduct an independent special investigation into processes, managerial systems, and procedures regarding friction management. So am I correct that that was an outcome from a longer discussion looking at all of the information that was provided to council in the context of the information that you'd received on January 23rd?
Yes.
Registrar, you can close the call out. So on that discussion, really bringing all of these reports together in the way that you wanted that comprehensive package, what do you recall about the tone of the closed session?
Well, the tone was similar to, the previous tone when folks were advised of this report that hadn't been shared. Frustration, anger, disappointment. We're all kind of, areas of concern shared, not necessarily that disappointment landing on the current staff that were bringing this material, was predominantly landing on, Mr. Moore, quite frankly. There was some respect and appreciation for the fact that the current director and others and the general manager have brought this forward. And I think there was an appreciation and respect for that. But there was concern, dismay, disappointment, rightfully or wrongfully, and I'm not sure it was right or wrong either way, that Mr. Moore had not brought this forward or had not necessarily gotten a second opinion on this information, and hence we are where we are.
Did the additional information contained in these various reports, the auditor's report, the legal services report, we haven't really gone into those today, but those two reports and then the public reports, did that crystallize the frustration and dismay of counselors, or did it remedy it in some way?
I don't think the dismay with what occurred and with whom it occurred with went away. But the ensuing information that was provided certainly gave most members of council some comfort that we didn't have a road that had undue concerns from both the staff perspective as well as now an updated assessment from the resident expert SEMA in terms of giving it a thumbs up that all was well except for some issues that needed to be dealt with. So I think there was some comfort in that kind of second opinion, as it were, that the road was not unsafe and that use of the road could continue. Had there been a different message at any point, including going back to December the 18th, that there was concern about the safety of people using this road, or that there was undue concern about the surface or slipperiness, that we would not have taken as long as we did to react to that. So I think there was some comfort by most members of council that that we weren't dealing with a situation where we had to shut down a road and cause all of that level of consternation in the broader community.
And you said that the updated assessment from SEMA, that's a February 4th memo from SEMA. In fact, I can bring it up just so you can see it. Yeah, it's HAM 54.
Yeah.
HAM 54382, please.
I can get confused between trade wind report and SEMA report. So just to refresh my memory, SEMA was asked to review the road again.
That's right, not trade wind.
Current information.
Yeah.
Right.
So this is, Registrar, can you bring up the next page? This is a few pages long. I'm not going to show all of it, but just you had said there was an updated report. Is this the report that you're referring to?
I think so, yes.
And did you and other councillors receive a copy of this at the closed session?
I believe we would have. Again, there was a lot of information shared at that point, but I would think that this would have been one document that would have been delivered in the closed session for sure. Yes.
Okay, thank you. Registrar,
may not have been one that they kept, and on occasion, these documents are given and then asked for them to be returned once they've been read. But I'm not sure what happened in this instance.
Okay, I think this one was actually an appendix to the legal services report,
right?
Which was an in-camera report. Do you recall if this was one of those circumstances where staff asked councillors to return information at the end of the session?
I don't recall. I mean, that has happened on occasion, just to not get it out prematurely, but I don't know if that occurred in this instance.
Okay. Registrar, can you close this and then can you go to actually, can you bring up two documents? On one side, can you bring up HAM 61920, image 44? And on the other one, can you bring up HAM 123841? You know what? I think I meant to say HAM 12841. So the two documents that I have up are, one is the press release that went out at 10:34 on February 6th, and the other is from the slide presentation that was presented to the councillors in respect of a recommended communication strategy. So the communications strategy that was recommended was a media release and fact sheet following the February 13th council meeting, and that response from the city to media issues would start as soon as that was publicly released, or as soon as the media release was released on February 13th. Registrar, you can close the left-hand side now, and if you could bring up the second image of that document. So that is not what occurred. It looks like you'll see here on February 6th in the evening, there was an immediate release that went out. Do you recall that councillors took a different approach than was recommended by staff around communications?
Absolutely.
And why was that?
There was a desire to make this public as soon as possible. I think there was the rolling inference around what did council know and when did they know it, and all of that sort of stuff was rumbling around certainly in the minds of councillors and some councillors, and others wanted to get this out and into the public as soon as possible to address some of the issues as to when council knew and what they knew and how they knew it.
And to have that desired outcome to make this public as soon as possible, did council instruct staff to prepare this press release during the closed session?
I believe we collectively decided that if you're going to make this public, then we need to draft something that we can get out, right now. And so I do recall that there was that staff were requested to go and spend some time, in an ante room and craft something and then bring it back.
Okay. And the very first line in this press release is, on behalf of the City of Hamilton, staff apologize to council and the general public for how this matter has come to their attention. Was that apology sought from council?
No, not directly, I don't think. I mean, I think the staff felt badly about, the circumstance that had evolved here. And I think on their own volition, they felt it necessary to apologize. Had, some members of council might have mentioned that in the course of their conversation throughout the meeting. So I'm not so sure that it was a direction from anyone specifically, but I think collectively, I think the staff felt that that an apology from them to council was in order.
Okay. Registrar, can you go to the next image of this document? You'll see that there's two attachments to this press release. One is the tradesman report itself from November 2013, and the other is the memo that we were just looking at, prepared by SEMA on February 4th. That was the one that had originally been part of the in-camera legal services report. Whose decision was it to attach these two documents to the press release?
That was council's decision. The advice from, I think, legal staff was, let the FOI process kind of evolve and, let it take its course. And council had no interest in making it difficult for this information to get out there, and was more interested in getting it out there on our terms rather than, waiting for, someone to give us the aha moment saying, I got it, and why didn't you share it?
Registrar, could you call out the quick facts? Actually, I'm just looking at the time. Can you close that out? Commissioner, I'm just looking at the time, and it is 3:18, and we've been going since 2. I have about perhaps less than 10 minutes of questions left. I'm happy to keep going if the mayor would prefer, and if you would prefer, and then we can take our break, or we can take our break and then we can resume with the remainder of my questions, and then over to any participants who wish to ask questions of the mayor.
All right. Well, I'll let Mayor Eisenberger decide what he'd prefer. You want a break at this point, or do you?
I'm feeling powerful. I'm good for another 10 minutes. So if you want to kind of finish this train of thought, if there's a division between your questions, then let's finish this, and then we can get on to another topic if you need.
Thank you. So I'm certainly finished as it relates to February 6th.
Okay.
Subject to looking at my notes, but I'm moving on to another topic now, and I have another 10 minutes. So again, I'm in your hands whether you'd like to take a break now, or if you'd like me to power through.
Since it's another topic, it's probably a good opportune time to take a break.
Okay. Let's take 15 minutes. We'll return. It's 20 past, so 25 to 4.
Okay, thank you.
Registrar, could you put council into a breakout room, please? Commissioner, may I proceed?
Yes, please proceed.
Thank you. So before the break, we were talking about the February 6th GIC meeting. So turning to events that happened after that meeting, Registrar, can you bring up OD 10A, page 94 and 95, please? Actually, just 94. And can you call out paragraph 228, please? Reisenberger, this is an email that you sent to Mr. Zagaric, Ms. Fontana, Mr. McKinnon, and an email address listed as DL Council only. Am I correct that DL Council only is to all councilors?
Correct.
It was under the subject line, Gary Moore. And you say in the first full paragraph, or substantive paragraph, I trust you'll be making some decisions soon, given the knowledge we currently have on the status of the continued working relationship we have with Mr. Moore. This issue will clearly need to be addressed going forward in the next paragraph. As always, we need to bear in mind the impact on our employees, but equally need to bear in mind the angst, anger, and mistrust this issue has caused in our community and among members of council and possible many other employees. Please advise tomorrow where you are at on this issue. Registrar, you can close that call out. Mr. Moore was at this point a employee working for the Hamilton LRT. Pardon me, maybe I should restate. Mr. Moore was working for the Hamilton LRT. You were aware of that?
Yes.
Is the decision about his continued working relationship with the city an operational decision or a governance decision?
No, it's not purely an operational decision, and certainly I was not trying to make a decision on anybody's behalf. I was just highlighting the issue of something that needed to be dealt with one way or the other, and invariably it was. But I was just, I think, stream of consciousness at the moment, thinking, should we not be, at least informing anyone and everyone that stop the speculation around what could or should be done, and have a determination as to what will be done, if anything.
Okay. And to your knowledge, the city did not take any steps to change Mr. Moore's employment status with the or working status with the city or with the LRT office following the disclosure, right?
It was the LRT office city component, right? So there's the Metrolinx component and the city component. So
yes,
for all intents and purposes, he was still a city employee. And the decision collectively, which I have no disagreement with, was to let him continue working on the LRT project.
Thank you. Registrar, can you go to OD 9A, page 399, please? And this is just a matter of clarity. Registrar, could you call out 909? You sent a calendar invitation to some individuals in the audit services office on January 31. Subject line meeting with Director of Audit Services to discuss term of council work plan. And the meeting was scheduled for after the February 6th GIC on February 11th. There was an attached briefing note describing the purpose of the meeting. And in fact, maybe I'll just go right into that. Registrar, can you bring up HAM 12479? So this is the briefing note. You'll note there's nothing in here that specifically deals with the Red Hill, although there is a reference to value for money auditing. Given the timing of this meeting on February 11th, do you recall, did you discuss the auditor's investigation in respect of the Red Hill with Mr. Brown and others in attendance?
No.
Why is it more generally that you would have a meeting with the auditor to set his work plan for the year?
Well, it was actually Mr. Brown's initial initiative to want to have a discussion with me around the work plan for the coming term of council, or coming few years. So it was not, even though I might have been the author of the date and time, or the invite from the calendar. It was actually, I think, an invitation, and Mr. Brown was going to all, I think, members of council to get their, thoughts and ideas about audit services work plan going forward. So just happenstance that it happened, within days of our February 6th report. It was not at all angled towards, having a discussion around auditing around the RSVP.
Thank you. Registrar, you can close this down, and can you go back into OD 10A, please? And to page 79. Registrar, could you pull out the paragraphs 193, 194? On February 12th, Mr. Van Donegan from the Hamilton Spectator was exchanging emails with your communications person, Ms. Shantz, and added Ms. Graham and you and Mr. McKinnon to an email chain. And he said, hello all, the provincial transportation minister has said he will release the province's 2007 friction results, and asked why the city cannot release its 2017 friction results, and noted that telling us those reports are not public at this time was what the Hamilton Spectator was. That was the information that the Hamilton Spectator was receiving from the city. And then Mr. Donegan also writes to members of council and asks for comments or thoughts about why the city was not releasing additional friction tests from 2017, 2018, and 2018, and noted that their response to that request had been that the reports were not currently public and they were invited to file a Freedom of Information request. Do you remember receiving these emails from Mr. Van Donegan about the decision not to provide additional relevant documents to him, or documents relevant to friction to him?
In a general sense, yes. Yeah.
Registrar, could you close this down? And could you go to page 82? What was your view of the city staff's decision to not disclose information and instead suggest that the spec could follow the FOI process?
Well, that's a good question. So I don't know that I have a view on that. Obviously, there were kind of legal issues that were involved in that. Some of the concerns around the actual testing results and whether or not they could have impact on litigation that was already in play. Obviously had something to do with that, and clearly the legal department in this instance believed that this was not something that was in the corporation's best interest to release at this time. So, legal advice that was given, I think, that was generally accepted by members of council.
Okay. I'm going to come back to the council meeting to ratify the resolutions at GIC. But just on this point of disclosure of information, on February 14th, which is after the council meeting, the city issued a media release. Registrar, could you pull out the first 4 paragraphs of that media release? Thank you. Do you recall discussions at council to approve a motion to direct, to approve the disclosure of 2 additional reports, one a roadside safety assessment conducted by SEMA, and then another one made public in December 2015, also a safety analysis by SEMA?
Correct, yeah.
And was that undertaken after consideration amongst city council?
Would have been, but I'm not sure, when and how.
Okay, and well, it was, it's on the 14th, and it says also this evening's Hamilton City Council directed staff to release 2 additional reports.
Right, was this after city council?
Yeah, this is on February 14th,
Okay, all right,
after
so-
city council.
All right, so presumptively, we had an in-camera discussion on, some of the issues around all of these reports and then made some direction.
Thank you. Registrar, you can close this down. If you can go to page 98, please. And if you can call out 239 and 240. So just for that context about council meetings. So council met on February 13 and 14 and passed a number of motions relating to the Red Hill, including the motions to reduce the speed limit that had been addressed at GIC, directing staff to request better speed enforcement, and directing the Director of Auditor Services to conduct an independent investigation following from the auditor's report at GIC. Do you recall having further substantive discussion about passing these motions at council on February 13 and 14?
I'm assuming it's 13 and 14th because we went late into the night, so.
I think that's correct, yeah.
Yeah. Sure, I remember having conversations around these motions and directions for sure, yeah.
Was there a difference of views or positions between February 6th and February 13th?
Not substantially, I don't think, other than there was a desire to, make as much public as possible. So, that was kind of the backlash to, some accusations of trying to hide things as opposed to, we're not here to hide things. The moment we found out of this information, we went through a process and came to a conclusion that much of it needed to be made public. So, and then, speed limit was certainly part of the conversation, and it was, as you indicated before, a recommendation from the consultant to go to 90, and staff said 80, and that then resulted in specific direction to actually put a lower reduced speed limit into effect. I think at the same time, we also indicated enhanced enforcement through Hamilton Police at that moment in time, and then directed audit to dig in, at least initially, to an internal investigation around these matters.
Registrar, can you close this call and go to page 131, please? Could you bring up 130 as well, please? So jumping forward in time a little, you'll see at the bottom of page 130 on February 27th, Ms. Wunderlich forwarded an email that was attaching a follow-up notice from February 12. So this is going back in time again to that February 13 and 14 council meeting. And this was approved item 7.9. Registrar, could you pull out 7.9 at the top of 131? So this was an item from that same council meeting, policy or protocol to guarantee the sharing of consultant reports with council when there's a risk to human health and safety. What do you recall about the discussions at that council meeting that led to the adoption of this item?
I recall it was a singular effort by Councillor Clark to put this motion together, and not sure that was there was wild enthusiasm for this approach, but it was, for all intents and purposes, a bit of a motherhood statement. So it passed, and but it came out of, it wasn't a preordained or premeditated motion. It was not something that members of council were aware of beforehand, and it was kind of dropped on the table at the last moment during the meeting.
Okay, so can I infer from that there weren't discussions with staff beforehand about the scope of what this policy would look like or how it would be implemented from a resource basis?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's the case, and that was, it was certainly a concern, but not one that would have overridden, the desire to move something that gave some folks a comfort level that future risk of human health and safety issues would be brought to the attention of council.
Thank you. Registrar, could you bring up RVH 890, please? This is an anonymous letter that was received to Audit Services in March of 2019. Do you recall personally, receiving a copy of this letter?
I'm assuming it was addressed to me as well, so I would have seen it. I was not in the habit of delving deeply into anonymous letters, so I would have likely have passed it on to the city manager for their attention and review.
Because I have to ask, did you write this letter?
I did not.
Do you know who did?
I have no idea.
Okay, thank you. Let me just check my notes. Mr. Mayor, those are all of my questions. Thank you for your attention today. I believe that Golder does not have any questions for the mayor, and that MTO has reserved some time to ask questions, and I'd ask that Ms. McIver confirm.
Thank you, Ms. Lawrence. Mr. Commissioner, MTO has no questions.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
The city also does not have any questions for Mayor Eisenberger.
Ms. Hale, the city has no questions?
Correct.
Okay. Mr. Eisenberger, then we're done for the day. Thank you very much for attending and giving your testimony. You're excused.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you all, and have a great day.
Yeah, everyone else will stand adjourned until 9:30 tomorrow morning. Have a good evening.
Thank you.
Thank you.